resources and challenges for India. Yesterday, we have had two panels with brilliant speakers on the theme of human rights and affiliated fields. We heard from them on how those progressive languages can help inform discourse in India, and we saw synergies between those conversations with the help of Professors Rafael Pangalangan and Samriddhi Sanghi, to whom we are very grateful. We then heard from Professor Shailja Singh about her reflections on her practice as an international trade law practitioner here, how governance on the industrial level, on the governmental scale, and even research can be shaped to improve the situation in that regard. We also heard today from Professor Prabhash Ranjan on India's state capacity in international law, the problems we face, the institutional bottlenecks, and some hope for what solutions might follow. Now we return to our student panel format, and I'm delighted to have here with us 6 excellent speakers, 4 of us here in person, 2 joining online, who will address the panel on defense, security, and strategic interest, in line with Professor Ranjan's reflections today. And so we are equally delighted to welcome today Professor Aman, who is a mentor and a guiding light to all of us. He is also the faculty advisor to the Jindal Forum for International and Economic Laws. Professor Aman here is designated as an associate professor of legal practice at Jindal Global Law School. He pursued his undergraduate from NLUJ and subsequently went to Oxford for pursuing his Bachelor of Civil Law. At Jindal, he is also a senior fellow at the Center for International Legal Studies. Before this, he has served as the faculty director of the Moot Court Society, and including myself in the Jessup teams of Jindal, he has been coaching the Jessup teams for 4 years, so his interaction with the field has been linked to not just teaching but also other pedagogical activities. And in terms of his experience with the practice of international law, he has previously worked with Judge Chile Ibo Osuchi at the trial chambers of the International Criminal Court. He has been a part of the WTO and international trade team at Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan Attorneys, and he has worked as a lawyer and researcher at the Migration and Asylum Project. Because of all of these varied experiences that all tie in together to his understanding of public international law, the Indian context, and many subcontexts, we are very happy to have his presence with us, and we are sure that he will be very important to facilitating the discussion today. We look forward to hearing all of your reflections, and Professor Aman, you have the floor. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Abhijit, for this kind introduction. I always hope that such a kind introduction follows me everywhere. Unfortunately, in the limited setting of this cozy room is the only time where such kind words are said about the kind of work that I did. I mean, on a more serious note, thank you for the warm welcome. It's an interesting sort of like a small setting that we are sort of talking about something like this. And I've been wondering since morning as to what the role of an ideal moderator could be. Leave alone that question, I don't think I know what the job of a good moderator also is. But one thing that I have been thinking, like why on a holiday or on a given Saturday, we all dress up formally and come together to discuss some heavy questions that kind of we anyway sometimes discuss outside the confines of this room. To me, therefore, I mean, of course, this presents an interesting and interesting opportunity to talk closely about certain things that we don't have a dedicated time for. So besides other reasons that have brought us together here, I feel that one thing that kind of gets us together also is the ability to speak dedicatedly on some subjects like this. What makes our task a little difficult, I feel, is like the heavy burden that we've taken on ourselves, which I think comes from the conference theme, which talks about the making of making international law relevant. That begs the question, in fact, and particularly for this panel, whether we're taking on a very serious task or a responsibility of making something as opposed to unmaking, undoing something. So there's an ethical responsibility with which I think we should be sort of approaching this. The other thing that sort of also struck me as this question of relevance, right? Like making international law relevant, would it mean that is it irrelevant today, or have we, in our experience, particularly on the subjects that we are talking about, whether it sort of speaks to these topics in a non-serious or a non-relevant way? But having said that, I think we also need to, because the issue is about defense, security, and strategic interests, I think another important question that arises as to whose defense, whose security, whose strategic interests, and against who, because these are relational terms, right? Like, I don't think the question of defense or a question of somewhere a question of security can be seen in a silo. It has to be a relational term to me. And to that end, I think the second part of the conference head, which is about promises and challenges for India. So somewhere this is an ethical question that comes to us as to why have we chosen for India, and what do we mean by India here, right? I mean, even the Montevideo Convention, the most classic example of an understanding of a state, would understand state to not just mean the territory or the governance, but also its people. So to that end, I think something that's brought me here today is to listen to all of you and see and try to unpack some of these central questions about whose defense, whose security, whose strategic interest are we looking at when we speak of these issues, and against whom is it directed? So, I mean, of course, the ethical question of making international law relevant kind of guides us, but maybe this is something that I'm hoping to hear from all of you. I gave a very somber sort of an introduction to this, but I'm really looking forward to hearing from the 6 people. A bit on the housekeeping maybe before we proceed. I know we're 6 people, and this is kind of, I do want to hope that we all get to speak to each other and kind of get a sense of understanding what argument, hash them out and sort of receive feedback from all our peers about what we are thinking and how we are thinking about these questions, and also try to see if there are any ways to connect these themes going forward. So I was wondering if we can keep the presentations limited. I know 15 minutes is the upper cap that we have, but maybe if we can kind of keep it within 12-ish, which may leave a little more room for discussion. The format I'm thinking, which is again subject to all your approval, would be having the presentation and then opening the floor for some questions and then coming to the next speaker. Would that be agreeable to all of you? Okay. Maybe the folks online could also let us know if that works for them.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, works.
Okay.
Say yes.
All right, great. That's perfect. So maybe if I haven't missed out on any landmarkish housekeeping announcement, I think we are good to go, unless Abhijit, you have anything else to add. All right. Maybe Ahan, we could start with you.
Hello. All right. Okay. Just to ask, how am I going to? Is there some button? Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Good morning. So before I start off with the presentation itself, I would like to talk about 2 things that I'm very happy about. Firstly, that the conference is talking about India and international law and taking this one step forward. And secondly, that my presentation has come right after Professor Anjan's address, because his address dealt in a huge way about how India can better use international law vocabulary, and that is a huge underlying theme throughout my presentation. Now, coming to my presentation itself about Naya India and the use of force. Now, this Naya India is something that is a huge part of the political, legal, and social discourse that is going on in the country. And also, there are certain operations as well as international law justifications that has come upon for these operations. My presentation focuses exclusively on the international law justifications that the Indian government is providing for these operations, their legitimacy, and what they could do better. This is something that can be seen in my second slide on the main assertions. So, as it says, firstly, I'll be dealing with the first defense that the Indian government gave, that is preemptive self-defense for the surgical strikes that are conducted through the Dovell Doctrine and what is their validity under international law. Secondly, after looking at the criteria that is set out for preemptive self-defense in international law, I'll also be referring to certain academic proposals on the limits of preemptive self-defense in international law. And fourthly, as I mentioned in the start, what is the underlying theme of this entire presentation is how India can better employ international law vocabulary and what India could have done better in justifying its operations. Now coming to the next slide. Now all these operations that I'm talking about are conducted under the Dovell Doctrine. Now before Mr. Ajit Dovell became the National Security Advisor, he had been outspoken for targeting violent non-state actors extraterritorially, and therefore after he became the NSA, it was no surprise to see that the policies did surround many operations which targeted such VNSAs. Thank you. Now, I'll be majorly talking about two main characteristics of the Dovell Doctrine, and then going into how the operations were conducted under it, as well as various facets of international law. Now, firstly, coming to the characteristics of the Dovell Doctrine itself. Now, the Dovell Doctrine can be said to be divided into two basic characteristics. Firstly, it is conducting operations with minimum collateral damage on extraterritorial basis, to take down assets which are not directly linked to any state, and secondly, to take measures to isolate the state internationally, to therefore sever the connections with the further VNSAs. And those are the main characteristics of the Dovell Doctrine and the attacks that took under them. Now, to talk about the very notion of preemptive self-defense that India is adopting, firstly, the basic criteria for that is, now I'm just going to give a little brief about it. The basic criteria is the Carolan criteria, which talks about instant, overwhelming, and leaving no chance for deliberation. After that, the Bethlehem principles evolved, which were a set of 12 principles that laid further thresholds on when preemptive self-defense might be necessary. And then after that, the SOFA criteria came up, which compiled the Bethlehem principles into 4 basic criteria that can be looked into for analyzing whether preemptive self-defense is valid or not. Now, just to clarify, I will be talking about the validity of India's attacks under preemptive self-defense. However, that does not mean I will not be elaborating on how India could have used other justifications for their attacks as well. Now, as the SOFA criteria is a more modern criteria, and however it may be an academic proposal, I will be using this particular criteria for looking at India's attacks. Now, coming to India's first surgical strike, which was on 9 September 2015 against Myanmar. Now, the 3 criteria posed are what are the nature and scope of the attack, whether the threat will actually materialize, and whether there is a suitable alternative for the use of force. In this particular attack, for meeting the criteria, there were continuous attacks by the NSCNK and NYKL, which resulted in massive loss of life and property as well, after which there was a periodic use of these attacks. Now, probability of the threat materializing, there was a great probability, since there was a ceasefire that the government had come upon with these violent non-state actors. However, these violent non-state actors violated the ceasefire and went ahead with their attacks. The fourth, is there a suitable alternative? The ceasefire itself was the alternative, and since it was violated, the government was very well within its rights to use preemptive self-defense in this aspect, and it did so. However, now there are certain problems with this as well, because the first justification that the government came up with wasn't preemptive self-defense. They first said that it was a hot pursuit operation that the Indian army was conducting and then went into Myanmar, and then therefore found these extremists and then took them out. Later on, they came up with when it was found that it wasn't a hot pursuit, they came up with the justification for preemptive self-defense. Now, my main assertion in this particular aspect is that when the Indian government already knew that they could use a preemptive self-defense argument, they should have gone ahead with that, instead of initially starting off with the hot pursuit argument and then going to preemptive self-defense, which further lowered the legitimacy of their argument as a whole. Now, coming to the next attack I'll be looking into, that is the surgical strike conducted in POK, famously known as the Uri attacks. In this particular aspect, India again relied on pre from the start itself relied on preemptive self-defense. In this aspect, there was a nature and scope of threat. There was an attack conducted as well. There was a high probability of another attack being conducted, and suitable alternatives were used since there were negotiations started. However, they failed, and further historical attempts had proven that trying to resolve the conflict in dealing with VNSAs when they have attacked India, there is not much response that comes from Pakistan. However, in this particular aspect, a better justification in preemptive self-defense that the government could have used was an unwilling or unable argument. Now, this is for a very specific reason. In India's official declaration, they maintained that Pakistani and VNSAs were being trained and supplied with arms by the Pakistani officials directly. Now, when they have already made such a claim using an argument like unwilling or unable to, and therefore that the Pakistani state is unwilling or unable to stop these VNSs, and therefore India must take action against them, is something that would have been much more suitable for India than using preemptive self-defense. Now, to talk about its surgical strike operations, later on India did clarify that it would like to use the unwilling and unable defense. However, again, as mentioned before, using varying justifications and changing the justification later on to fit the shoe is something that lowers the legitimacy of the very arguments that India is making, and that is something that is essentially worrying when these attacks themselves are well planned and the justifications for them can be well planned as well. Now, coming to the next one, which is aerial surgical strikes in Pakistan, which targeted the Balakot terrorist training camp. I will be clubbing this aerial surgical strike and the next one, that is artillery strikes, together, since both of them look at pretty much the same aspect and they both cover up the same argument that I am trying to make. In these cases as well, India did meet the lines of preemptive self-defense, and that was the argument they used for the same. However, there is better vocabulary that can be used, and India has been consistently failing to use that, which itself creates a problem. Now, coming to India is always looking for a better international vocabulary, and in that they are making a mistake of showing a pattern of looking like a country who's constantly changing their justifications time and again, which is what is the problem. Now, using traditional self-defense instead of preemptive self-defense was something India could have very easily done, especially for the attacks in Pakistan and POK, if not for Myanmar. And that is something that needs to be thought about and applied consistently. Now, even if India goes with a preemptive self-defense argument, then they should probably stick with it. Now, that is also something that is not invalid. The issue comes because it is something that is a controversial principle that many states do not accept. For example, a very unfriendly or friendly neighbor, however we would characterize it, China itself refuses to accept the notion of preemptive self-defense. So this itself raises many issues as to how countries will perceive India. And this is something that India needs to think about. Now, if India uses an unwilling or unable defense, this is something that other countries like China cannot directly counter, because that is something that they have over time also accepted to be part of the general corpus of international law. While preemptive self-defense, something that has many persistent objectors to the very principle itself, is not something that should be the forefront of India's legal strategy. Now, coming to certain reflections and recommendations. Now, the first would definitely start off would be for India to establish an official national security plan. Now, this is something that China does. They release all their international law justifications through certain white papers or certain security documents and security strategy documents. The United States follows the same thing. In fact, when the United States was garnering support for their intervention in Syria, the then ambassador of the United States, Samantha Powers, strongly referred to the United States national security strategy when arguing in the Security Council for an intervention in Syria, about how the Syria is unwilling and unable to take down VNSs in Syria, and therefore other countries need to take action for the same. Now, if India had its own national security plan that it can refer to and show that, all right, India has these justifications for its attacks that is already provided in a manual. Now, if an attack comes wherein we can respond to with a strategy that is already in our national security plan, that would definitely serve as a much stronger justification rather than periodically changing their arguments and not having a strong foundation for the same. The second would be trying to push for a UNGA resolution defining the application of the customary as well as treaty law in self-defense to non-state actors. This would end up clarifying the very notion of preemptive self-defense as well as as well as the notion of unwilling and unable. Now, even when we talk about how preemptive self-defense is more controversial than unwilling or unable, even unwilling or unable doctrine has not been crystallized into international law as such. There is definitely state practice, yes. However, there is no ICJ ruling or international tribunal ruling or UN document that is directly leading credence to the same, which is something that is required. That is the next step. After state practice, there's something that crystallizes the same into a customary law, which is something that definitely is required and should be something pushed for. That's something that India pushes for. Even if a UNG resolution is not adopted, the very act of pushing for it itself shows that India strongly supports these principles in international law, and therefore next time using them for legitimizing their operations would give it much, much more credence. Now, to come to a conclusion, India has definitely taken a great stance against foreign operations and is adopting a very strong foreign policy. After 2014, compared to the previous administrations, Indian foreign policy has been very strong and is something that is necessary as well. Now, this picture is from the Sabha Parva of the Mahabharata, wherein Krishna is slicing off Shishupala's head, which was done because Shishupala had a quota of 100 offenses, which he ended up committing, after which Krishna sliced off his head. Now, in the same way, India has also taken many hits from extraterritorial threats and violent non-state actors throughout the years. It is about time that India has a strong foreign policy, which India is making. Now, what we need is to take a step further and to have international law support this foreign policy and to have stronger international law justifications for this foreign policy, therefore making India's stance to the international community much more clear and leading much more credibility to the Deauville Doctrine as a whole, as well as India's extraterritorial operations. Thank you. With that, I would like to conclude.
Well, thank you, Ahan. Before I do have a couple of questions, but if anybody else in the room here or online wants to sort of pose a question.
I'm just curious how you might feel about the interaction of India's, like you propose, for example, that India could have cited the unable and unwilling test in its foreign policy, which might, of course, be fair for India's own interest. I was just curious how you would think this usage would interact with the Global South's denunciation of the term. And of course, I do not say this is a complete denunciation, but for example, states from the Arab League have been very critical of this doctrine, suggesting that it has been used by Western states and then abused in that same regard. So simply because we also have the G20 summit this year, and there is that whole context where India continues to want to project itself as a leader in the Global South. So what are your thoughts on this? And thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Now, you are right in an aspect that India has always been playing a balancing act with trying to be a protector of the global south and at the same time trying to establish itself as an emerging economy and a growing power. Now, in this balancing act that India is playing, I think the first thing that India needs to secure are its own interests. Now, one cannot put out a fire in someone else's house if their own house is on fire. In the same way, right now, India first needs to think about what its own national security priorities are and give international justifications that can lead most credence for its operations. And that would be the major standpoint. And in terms of using terms from the West, I believe that in recent times itself, with the current administration, India has established itself as a power of the global South that will not stand to Western oppression. Whenever the United States or any of the NATO countries are giving directives to India to act in a certain way with Russia, India has been denying them. India is choosing its own foreign policy. I would say the same thing would apply for this as well. Thank you.
Aryaman?
So your presentation basically talked about how India could have better justified its chances for the surgical strikes. And based on that backdrop, I want to know how you feel about the noting that ICJ had in the Nicaragua judgment. So in paragraph 266, the last sentence is, the court is however not entitled to ascribe to states legal views which they do not themselves formulate. And this has been expanded upon in different work of academia of how individuals and lawyers should also not be prescribing their views and better justifications, and only the justification of the state should be relied upon. So what are your views on that?
Right. So, in this aspect, I believe that I don't think the proposition that you're applying applies to suggestions being made for better justifications. Now, if no suggestions are made itself, that is in a way crippling the very development of international law, because if academics or students and practitioners don't themselves come up and suggest better methods of moving ahead, then we would just be stuck with a set deadlock, or what just a few people are deciding what is right. Rather, everybody should be contributing to this. And especially the Nicaragua case, which you have yourself cited, is one wherein the ICJ also had an opportunity to look at this aspect of non-state actors and self-defense, wherein it had missed out this particular analysis. So that is also one thing I would say, that in making his decisions, it seems as if the ICJ is very selectively choosing what to look into and what not to look into. Now, this is something that Judge Sima had also mentioned in the DRC versus was the Uganda-Congo case, wherein he said that even in Uganda-Congo, although the criteria wasn't that a non-state actor had attacked a state party, or a non-state actor was directly attributed, the acts of a non-state actor were directly attributable to the state party. But the fact that the ICJ has not taken the chance to speak out on these terms itself is what is problematic. And the very hope of presentations like this is that further jurisprudence on these topics is given and further clarity is given. Thank you.
If there are no other questions, maybe I'll take two. Khush.
Right. Thank you, Ahan. So just following on from your last observation, which talks about the very valid point that presentations like these are supposed to contribute in some way to doctrine. So according to you, in terms of, let's say, following on from Professor Ranjan's idea of state capacity, what exactly do you think is important in terms of formulating international law justifications, and how can they be better pressed into service? Because oftentimes you will see that justifications operate on more political ends as opposed to giving a legal justification. So what exactly needs to change in terms of having a wide range of justifications of international law which are better deployed, in your opinion?
Right. So for the state to be able to do that, they do require a better equipped department that deals with these issues in the first place. Now, this is something that I believe, as you mentioned, Professor Ranjan has spoken about himself. He has written about multiple times as well, that how India's mechanisms that are dealing with these issues themselves are ill-equipped, and therefore that itself is posing a problem when they are going ahead and dealing with them. Professor Ranjan has himself mentioned the example of the L&T department many times, and how the inadequacies in the department has led to India not having better justifications for their actions. Further, I would also believe that presentations like this and contribution to academia and general awareness is what is important. Now, I also do accept that, yes, there are certain political reasons for a justification that is given, or for the reason an action is given. But at the same time, these political reasons can also be well molded with international law justifications the same way that the United States does. Now, I had previously given an example of how Samantha Powers referred to their own national security strategy while talking about the attack in Syria. In the same way, India having such a document and using it, and then clarifying that, okay, this is the justification we have. The political interest at the end of the day for these attacks was attacking the VNSAs. The justification came later on. In actions wherein politics and international law is mixed, there can definitely be a way that can be sought that is beneficial for both. I'll give you an example as well. Like, for example, the Kulbhushan Yadav case. That started off as a political matter, but ended up being a huge legal victory for India as well. So therefore, they definitely go hand in hand and both play an important effect. But they have to be molded together to look at India's best interest, and that will come with a better equipping our departments to do the same.
Yeah, Pushkar, go ahead.
Expanded doctrine of R2P. So, thank you. So there was actually trying to use academia to change the meaning of international law terms. In terms of your comment on the L&T department, I'm aware of Prabhash Ranjan's comment. I worked with the L&T department. I have to say that there are some extraordinary individuals and they're quite competent. But the problem isn't so much as trying to build capacity with the L&T department. It's in terms of the government first approaching relevant departments and trying to have a deeper understanding of what they're committing to or what they want to initiate before actually doing it. So what happens is they do it and then they approach the departments. So but I definitely do think that they should engage with academia more. I think there is an incentive for it, and the academic environment also. It's a, I would say, unbiased sort of environment in terms of engaging with international law, right? And it can also help the state, but of course, the ethics around it are questionable. But yeah, I do think that there needs to be some institutional improvement. But I hope that's...
Unless you want to respond to that, or
Oh, no. I think that was a comment. Or was
I mean, you can have a comment.
Okay, I
to the
don't have
comment.
a response.
Okay. I'll try to keep my question brief. I have two, actually. An interesting thing that your presentation, in fact, starts off with is the idea of like something being novel, right? Like it starts with an idea of something naya. And I'm curious then, I mean, do you feel that in some sense, history is also a barrier that you may have to overcome to come to the new? The point of history, what I am sort of thinking of right now is, say for instance, Craig Martin in his work sort of says that the working of the drafting history of the UN Charter meant that self-defense had to have always, at least pursuant to the UN Charter, a limited meaning, so to say. While if somebody has to follow Sima's sort of instructions, there's a possibility of a new imagination to develop, but maybe the UN Charter or, say, for instance, self-defense language may not be helpful. Similarly, there is a historical impediment that the ICJ does not just present in, I mean, the separate opinions in Nicaragua actually do touch upon the questions of non-state actor, but the armed activities case, or say, for instance, even the wall opinion for that matter, are these also impediments that you want to sort of think of? Like, I mean, do you want to engage with them while you're sort of saying that something new is to be advanced? Does it mean that the history has to be engaged with, or it has to be overturned? So that's the first question that I have for you. The second question is kind of an interesting one that connects back to the same thing I began my observations with today, is about when we're talking about making international law relevant. Somewhere in talking about this relevance, a very interesting thing that comes about is that it has to have some value of its own. From your presentation and generally the conversations that have followed, I'm kind of curious because you do say that the foreign policy, I mean, you start with the argument that it is justified and international law is only to find a better justification. Then to you, is international law then providing only an instrumentalist role that, say, for instance, Harold Coe speaks about when he defends US foreign policy? Or does it have, international law have its own independent value altogether? And in fact, and sometimes I feel that this is a very limited reading of Prabhash, that is, I mean, he does talk about the language of using international law and legitimizing, and though I don't personally have like agreements with Prabhash's work on several occasions, or but that's for another point, of course. But an interesting aspect that he also talks about is using international law to add to questions of legitimacy, right? In the sense, rather than not using it instrumentally alone, but also sort of to look at the question of legitimacy somewhere. So maybe your quick thoughts on this, or you could keep it parked and maybe come back to it whenever at a later point as well.
Of course, I'll start off by answering your second question about how international law can serve as a method to add on to the thresholds that are already set. Now, that is something that is definitely being done throughout the course of international law itself. And I believe that these additional thresholds, whenever added, were 99% for a political purpose. Now, for example, the very concept of humanitarian intervention, it started off as an extremely political goal. And however, it did add a certain new aspect to international law. It contributed to international law literature and also created a situation wherein states could intervene to stop a humanitarian catastrophe, however politically based it might have been. So that itself shows that how international law does contribute to adding further thresholds but at the same time they always have to be politically backed, and they're done more or less for political reasons. Now, quoting Harold Coe himself in his seminal work, that how he talks about how law and politics are the same. In the same way, they both have to be molded together and taken forth together, because one without the other won't work out. And therefore, they have to be both looked at together, and it would be more that international law, if it does develop, it will be more from because of a political sense rather than just for creating new questions of legitimacy, which might invoke definitely a very interesting question to look into, but I don't think states are going to do that, in my opinion. Now, coming back to your first question about how history plays a role. Now, I think the very title of my presentation only shows how history plays a role, where I say Naya India, because there's a differentiation being made from the previous administration who was categorized by inaction against such threats. Now, they are showing that a new administration is taking action against such threats, and that definitely does go ahead to put forth a new image. And this does work out in international law as well, wherein there is always development that comes from historical principles, such as, for example, originally, genocide came in as a completely new addition during an aggression came in as a new addition during the Nuremberg trials. However, it became something that was defined within the set of general international law through UNG resolution 3314, which set down the criteria for aggression. So therefore, there is definitely a evolution from the past that does happen, and taking of principles as does occur. However, in India's case, I would say that the whole aspect of having the Naya India and New India image was to show that yes, India is going to tackle its the extraterritorial VNSA threats, and yes, we are going to have international law justifications for that. And with that, I'm also in a way referring to your question when you were saying that is international law just for providing justification, or does it exist to create thresholds in itself, which is why, at least in my belief and through what India should do again my recommendations is using international law to justify its operations. And now even I'm sorry I'm taking too long, but just coming back to even what Pushkar was saying about how from his personal experience he has seen the government going to these departments after they have conducted the acts. Maybe there should be more coordination in that, and and the government should go to them before they do it. However, it does at the end of the day come down to the same thing, that international law is more used for propagating political instruments and for putting that forth, and states will only go ahead with developing new norms or principles if there is certain political backing for the same.
Thanks so much, Ahan. Maybe on that note, on a related sort of a subject, Khushi, could I invite you to now present next?
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Khushi from National Law University, and I would like to thank JFIEL for organizing such a wonderful and thought-provoking conference on the topic of making international law relevant for India. And my paper is on the same note. I will be presenting my paper on India's surgical strikes, implications for state practice and self-defense. If I can get the presentation slides. Now, starting with it, here's a surgical strikes, implications for state defense. Can you pass?
If you could just give us a minute, sorry about this. I would like to put on record this was Mr. Rudraksh Lakra, 5th year law student.
Right. So, starting with, here's a bit of a context. So in 2016, Indian Special Forces had carried out surgical strikes at various launch pads a few kilometers inside of hostile territory. The DGMO statement claimed that these attacks were carried out based on very credible and specific information that terrorist organizations had deliberately positioned themselves at these launch pads with the intention of carrying out attacks in Jammu and Kashmir as well as in several Indian metropolitans. This has important implications from the perspective of international law. Though not in the language of international law, the statement clearly invokes the doctrine of self-defense as a justification for the strikes. Now, when we talk about warfare in the 21st century, the era of traditional warfare is fading in relevance. Large-scale marching infantry mobilization is now very uncommon, and exceptions like Russia's invasion of Ukraine only serve to highlight the point. The majority of international military action now, with certain outliers like Ukraine, occurs against specific targets determined on the basis of cutting-edge information and data inputs rather than between states or regimes as a whole. The current concept of international law regarding the use of force, and notably Article 51 of the UN Charter, which establishes an exception to it, are challenged by this trend towards modern warfare. The question of appropriate defensive actions against such actors has become much more relevant than the traditional large-scale military mobilization between nation-states because non-state actors are now thought to hold significant power in the post-9/11 world and are capable of posing existential threats to the safety and sovereignty of nation-states. So today what I'm going to deliberate upon is whether India's use of force against non-state actors during the surgical strike of 2016 constitute a valid example of state practice that can contribute to an evolution of customary international law of self-defense. If so, is the summation of such practices by various countries, including India, currently sufficient to suggest a change in international law? Here I'd like to make 2 points. Number one, the strategic or security importance of the surgical strikes is irrelevant to the discussion at hand. I chose them as a focal point because India's public acceptance of responsibility for these strikes gives them an elevated importance as an example of state practice in international law. Similarly, the justifications, reasoning, and other statements associated with the strike are taken at face value in this project because the substance of such reasoning is not relevant to my discussion as much as their official status from an opinio juris perspective. Number two, though the Indian surgical strikes constitute only one instance of a particular state's practice, the scope of my paper is confined to analysis of this particular instance only. Now, coming on to the topic of the right to self-defense. It is an uncontroversial position that the right to self-defense is governed by both customary international law as well as conventions. Article 51 itself talks about it. Firstly, we observe that state practice can lead to creation, interpretation, or modification of a customary rule. However, this only happens when two conditions are fulfilled. One, that such creation, interpretation, and modification is intended by the state and is not an accidental byproduct. And two, that such practice is general and constant. Secondly, while the right to self-defense is not a direct and explicit preemptory norm of the international law, the prohibition against the use of force has been recognized as such by the 6th Committee of the UNGA. It has been argued, however, that the right to self-defense falls within the scope of the prohibition on the use of force itself, and hence is part of the preemptory norm. Thus, any modification of the right to self-defense must fulfill the condition under which a preemptory norm may evolve, that is, to be accepted and recognized by the international community of states as a whole. Therefore, during the analysis of whether the surgical strikes may indicate state practice leading to an evolution in the position of right to self-defense, we have to consider a very important aspect of whether surgical strikes constitute an application of the right to self-defense. So, India did not report its use of force to the UNSC as required under Article 51. This raises a question as to how can we decide that India's actions are legally based on the claim of self-defense if India has not complied with the requirements of Article 15 in toto. We'll see that this is not such a huge hurdle to overcome as it may seem at first. So there are two primary arguments regarding the same. First, the ICJ acknowledged in the Nicaragua decision that while customary international law of self-defense is likewise implicit in Article 51, there's no such duty within the wording of the article. Therefore, failing to disclose an action effectively amounts more to an irregularity rather than an illegality and does not invalidate the claim of self-defense on its own. Secondly, India tends to be deliberately ambiguous about the position of its actions under the framework of international law. So according to this perspective, self-defense is the only explanation that allows the strikes to be interpreted logically. India was unable to rely on either the approval of the Pakistani government or any authorization from the UNSC, the two commonly acknowledged exceptions to the use of force ban. Moreover, India did not seriously argue for the recognition of any possibly new exception, apart from vaguely adopting a position that implies that actions against terrorist activities constitute not merely a right, but an obligation which does not preclude exercise to the right to self-defense, but encompasses it. I'd like to mention ARIA formula here. So most importantly, however, India finally shed its reluctance at a meeting of the ARIA formula organized by Mexico in 2021 February, where its Deputy Permanent Representative to the UN explicitly contextualized the surgical strike as an act of self-defense and insisted that such right extends to a non-state actor operating in the territory of another host state with three conditions. Number one, the non-state actor has repeatedly undertaken armed attacks against the state. Number two, the host state is unwilling to address the threat posed by the non-state actor. And number three, the host state is actively supporting and sponsoring the attack by the non-state actor. This is one of the most significant statements in recent times by India in context of international law. It goes beyond the general political and moral rhetoric that has become a staple in the UNGA and unequivocally states this belief that the inclusion of non-state actors under the exception to the use of force is a matter of state practice. It also proposes a three-point test under which such action against non-state actors can be justified. The three-point test itself invokes the unable and unwilling doctrine as well as implicitly refers to necessity. However, it is crucial to distinguish between the three-point test, which can be seen as a tentative proposition to govern the use of force against non-state actors, and the specific position that such use of force against non-state actors is a valid exercise to the right of self-defense. While I do not agree with India's position in its entirety, we should observe that this statement made it clear that India actively intended for its use of force against non-state actors to be considered and justified in the framework of the right to self-defense. Hence, the requirement of Article 51 here is fulfilled. Coming on to the international community, the recent precedents regarding the same have been that the classical position on the law of self-defense is still that it allows states to act in self-defense only in response to an armed attack by another state, which implies either an attack by the military forces of that state or attacks by non-state actors in which the state is at least substantially involved. For India to claim that this position has now evolved, at least two conditions need to be met: repetition of the practice by other states and general approval of such practice by the international community. The repetition of the practice and justification under the claim of self-defense is a matter of fact. So when we take Israel's example, for example, so as required by Article 51 of the UN Charter, Israel informed the UN Security Council of its military actions in Lebanon in 2006 and exhaustively defended them by invoking its right to self-defense. Similar to this, the UN was informed that the 2008-9 action in Gaza was done in accordance with the law of self-defense. However, Turkey did not inform the UN of its activities in Iraq, just like India did not. However, both in Parliament and in open forums, the then Prime Minister Erdogan frequently cited the right to self-defense, saying, "We have reached the point of self-defense and we are ready to do whatever is necessary." Additionally, a number of nations, including the US and the UK, recognized Turkey's right in the UNSC. Although several nations criticized Israel's conduct, it's important to remember that none of the criticisms ever called into question Israel's right to defend itself. Not the right to self-defense against non-state actors per se, but rather the action itself, specifically its disproportional nature, was criticized and questioned. This indicates the lack of acceptability of any universal criterion for the proportionality test. As a result, the idea of self-defense against non-state actors has astonishingly never been contested, and in certain cases has even been publicly acknowledged. When we talk about international response to strikes, the case with India's use of force was largely along similar lines. While there was no discussion in the United Nations in public, the 2016 strike was explicitly supported by several states. However, China in United Nations expressed concern and called for restraint, but no country or organization seriously challenged it. The political nature of the response, however, does not diminish its legal implications, as a major state had effectively used its right to self-defense against non-state actors coming from the territory of another sovereign, with no significant objections raised on such grounds, and the explicit consent of many significant nations, including 4 out of 5 permanent members of the UNSC. Coming on to ARIA formula again, I'd like to take your attention towards the chair's summary of the ARIA formula. It stated that there was a debate on whether the silence of state might function as a tacit support for certain claims in the law of self-defense. Moreover, there was considerable agreement about the need to discuss whether the right to self-defense could justify military action against non-state actors, such as terrorist groups, under exceptional circumstances. On one hand, we can decipher that the lack of criticism of the use of self-defense doctrine
and 37
by state Right. So now from this we can glean two very important points. The ARIA formula, being the informal meeting of the UNSC, imposes a very high threshold upon itself before any doctrine can be said to be accepted. The use of the terms such as no common view when it came to the view of states and the attribution to other more specific views to individuals rather than to general opinion of some or many states is reflective of its cautious and traditionalist nature rather than any outright rejection or acceptance of such views. Secondly, what had been a few decades ago was a unique and radical interpretation of the doctrine of self-defense has now gained significant, if not universal, acceptance even in the highest international forums, such as the United Nations. Moreover, the use of force against non-state actors has become widespread enough that specific issues arising out of it have been contextualized very clearly into the doctrinal problems, such as the unwilling and the unable doctrine, the problem of silent acceptance and threshold required to constitute state practice at all. Going beyond the mere acceptance or rejection of such doctrines at a single meeting or any particular point of time, it is highly significant that the international community no longer contests their presence, acknowledges the need for a discussion, and is able to discuss them in a convenient and widely accepted vocabulary of international law. This considerable agreement about the need to discuss indicates strongly the presence of a state practice, while the issue of whether such practice is justifiable or not is a separate matter. Regarding agreements and dissent of various countries, several countries including Australia, US, France, UK, Russia, etc. outrightly committed themselves to the validity of position taken by India. Apart from them, most European nations, including Netherlands, Finland, Austria, and Ireland, accepted the right of self-defense against non-state actors. The only major opponents of this position were Brazil and China. Some other nations like Iran chose not to comment on the issue specifically. The Aryan consensus. The declarations made by various nations at the ARIA formula are quite illuminating. First off, the majority of the so-called first world nations and all permanent members of the UNSC, with the exception of China, embraced this interpretation, even though we may not have achieved the threshold necessary for accepting the use of force against non-state actors. In real political terms, the dominance of such countries on the global stage is likely to ensure that the momentum moves further upwards towards such acceptance rather than away from it. Secondly, these statements not only reflect the current opinio juris, but are also important for another reason. On a full reading, most of them explicitly or by necessary implication acknowledge the widespread use of force and invocation of self-defense against non-state actors. India too took full use of the opportunity at the ARIA forum to officially declare its position in what Professor Srinivas Bura of the South Asian University described as a decisive turn in the view of India's previous uncertain and ambiguous reasonings. Coming forward to the conclusion, it's two-pronged. There is a need for tests and controls, and what are the consequences for India? Coming for the need for tests and controls, where the disagreement lies and what is of concern to most countries are the tests and rules governing and constraining such use of force. The unable and unwilling doctrine that is sometimes invoked is not very popular with several countries. The idea of a nation being unable to fulfill its international obligation to contain terrorism is in many ways a continuation of the old world divide between civilized and uncivilized nations. Therefore, even though the unwilling and unable doctrine follows naturally from the UNG and UNSC statements on states' obligations to contain non-state actors, including terrorists, it is wiser to drop this line of reasoning because it is unlikely to serve as a reliable legal foundation for the development of such jurisprudence. However, it is a matter of fact that the necessity and proportionality tests should be updated. It is my opinion that a more objective test to determine proportionality of response may be necessary going forward and help allay the worries of nations who feel that formally accepting such actions may lead them to a slippery slope. Another recognized need is to evaluate the gravity of the attacks, which involves the issue of accumulation and whether the accumulation of multiple relatively minor attacks may be interpreted as a sufficient justification for the use of force. Now, finally, I must mention that this widespread acceptance of the use of force against non-state actors has significant consequences for India's security regime. India is likely to see constant conflict with motivated non-state actors that exploit its vast and porous borders to perform attacks while being situated outside Indian territory. The surgical strikes were a turning point in terms of diplomacy and international law because they brought the use of tools such as black operations out of the shadows and into the diplomatic mainstream. And in doing so, India became a member of a relatively small but powerful group of nations that have openly acknowledged the deployment of such strategies and pushed for the international community to accept them as legitimate. Also, India might have a first mover sort of advantage that gives it a wider range of diplomatic and military options in dealing with such threats, as well as giving it an important voice in guiding the debate surrounding the use of force. The ability of India's security apparatus to stay ahead of the curve, conduct its operations with greater transparency, use them not only for strategic but also deterrence purposes, and gain valuable experience necessary to operate in the geopolitical environment of the near future may depend on this leverage in medium and long term. That's it. Thank you.
Any questions?
Hi, firstly, congratulations on a brilliant presentation. My question was regarding the initial assertion you had made about how the actions India takes and the justifications they use would contribute to the development of international law. So I have a question in the same regard, that when India uses an initial justification of preemptive self-defense and then later on changes it to unwilling or unable, so in your opinion, how do you think such changes of justifications contribute to international law?
Although the scope of my paper was not related to the terminology of the justification, they use preemptive or anticipatory or unable and unwilling. However, I believe that regarding the the unable and unwilling doctrine, they made the statement at a very later point in the ARIA formula in 2021, 5-6 years after the strikes itself. I think, and in the midst of those years, several new developments popped up around the world regarding the same. So when I talk about state practice, it has to be repetitive in nature to understand the implications for the same. I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions? Okay, okay, Khush, and then I'll come in.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for very insightful presentation. I enjoyed it a lot. I was hoping to ask you a question on the ARIA format of the meeting, because from the meeting that you reference, I think Ambassador Naidu placed a statement on record mentioning the objections to the format of the meeting itself. My question to you is, if India actually has to invoke international law and perhaps provide for more legitimacy and transparency, as you suggest in your conclusions, should it be making these statements and making these justifications at more official fora? Because ARIA format meetings are informal in nature, and in terms of, well, the record that they produce, they're mostly for the reference of states and not exactly in terms of, I would say there are limits to the scrutiny in terms of an international law perspective due to the limited nature of participation. So if you have any thoughts on that, please. Thank you.
Right, thank you for the question. So ARIA formula is basically an informal meeting of the UNSC. So I think the word UNSC itself garners some sort of legitimacy towards it. So when I'm talking about customary international law, we talk about state practice. So when such acceptance and credibility is given to India's statement there by other states, I think that plays a major role in establishing it, at least informally, and publicizing it towards the same. So I think that's one of them.
Okay, thank you so much. This was a fascinating presentation, and kind of both, I felt both conversations or both presentations spoke to each other in some ways. And my question is actually how they spoke to each other in some ways, maybe, and maybe you could address that. While Ahan's conversation started off with the presumption that this is the strategy and strategy needs to find language in law, your disclaimer kind of inverted the process and said that I'm not looking at the strategy and I'm looking at the development of the legal process. And if I understand the disclaimer correctly, that I'm going to invert this and say that strategy aside, I'll see how the legal justification plays out. And to that end, I think a very fascinating conversation and a line that struck with me was how this idea of unable, unwilling, and you use the term that it has become an acceptable vocabulary, that somebody did not have to explain what the contents are at, say, the ARIA formula meetings or otherwise. I mean, it's despite, say, for instance, its challenges, it's something that could be said. I also feel, and I wonder what you sort of think about it, that while foreign policy is a matter of strategy and I mean, finding defense in international law is a form of strategy, this kind of a legal justification pushing is also a matter of strategy, right? And I'm sort of thinking about it like in terms of how customary international law development generally also has been over the past few generations. I mean, it's been also understood by many scholars as a matter of strategy, right? Say, for instance, the birth of the continental shelf regime comes in from the United States kind of declaring up area to be a continental shelf and then saying that these are the rules to regulate continental shelf. So I'm wondering if there are two domains or two zones where strategy kind of plays out, can the disclaimer that you begin with that I may not be so interested in questions of strategy. Also, for instance, maybe like, let me not phrase it this way. I'm sort of thinking about how do you think of this being another zone or a place where strategy is kind of being thought of. So there are not just one battlegrounds maybe, I'm using the term very loosely here, but there's another battleground where you're pushing for some vocabulary or some form to gain more acceptance, and that's another part of the larger project of the strategy. So yeah, maybe if you could.
Thank you, Professor. So I'd like to point out that I'd like to take you all back to 1971, Indo-Pak War, Bangladesh War. So when India had invoked the right to self-defense at that time, many states had rejected that and criticized India for the same. So I think that has still struck in some bureaucrats and the foreign policy strategists' vein that India's position was rejected at that time. However, during the NATO alliance, during the Kosovo genocide and the genocide in the 1990s, it was accepted. It turned out a lot of states accepted that justification of the NATO alliance, that it is a matter of self-defense and we have a right to do so. So when we talk about strategy, so I think, so when India strategized it as right to self-defense in 1971 in outright terms, it was rejected. So I think after 1990s and 2000, post 9/11 world, I think it's more important to garner some sort of international legitimacy rather than just focusing on the inward foreign policy strategy. So I hope that answers.
Okay, so yeah, I think to some extent it's a fascinating way, like while one of the views was look at law as an instrumental value, you're sort of thinking of law also for a normative justification, and maybe my question was on that, and we can take the conversation even outside. After these two fascinating presentations, I'll invite Shivali now. Shall we now to take the floor and talk to us about the future of internet governance.
Thank you, Professor. I would first like to thank all of the previous panelists for their wonderful presentations. You've already laid down a solid framework for me to begin discussing my own research. Also, apologies for the lack of PPT, so you'll just have to keep up with my monologue, I guess. So the idea of this conference was to show the significance of international law to the Indian context and give compelling policy reasons for the utility of taking international law seriously. So how I went about it is through contextualizing the importance of international law for India through two optics, them being international relations and lawfare, and I call it the triangle of prominence. So hopefully, as I go ahead with the presentation, you will be able to understand why I believe these are considerations that go hand in hand. But in order for you to be able to navigate my presentation efficiently, I have sort of come up with a simple, very hypothetical situation, which I shall then expand on to substantiate my arguments. So imagine this, A, B, C are all playing a game wherein all three roll a die, and whoever gets the highest number of the die gets to collect 5 tokens from a collection. Now after 10 rounds, the one with the most token gets 1,000 rupees. Now A, in order to win, plans to collude with B such that if neither of them has the highest number of tokens at the end, B shall give all their tokens to A and both of them shall split the prize. Now, before the game begins, C, knowing full well that A and B are close friends and confidants, proposes to negotiate a rule that no sharing of tokens shall take place between players. Now, whichever way the situation pans out, the actions of the actors, their relationships with each other, and the rules that they decide to proceed with shall have differential outcome on the results of the game, which on the face of it seems value neutral and entirely dependent on the luck of an individual player. So similarly, interdependence of states in the international order looks quite the same. It corresponds to interlocking relationships between parties that affects the satisfaction of valued outcomes. Now the relationship between A and B and the power dynamic that existed between them, the three actually, which shall decide which rules of the game shall they proceed with. Now no single nation, no matter how powerful, can achieve its objectives through unilateral action. Bilateral and multilateral cooperation among states, especially in context of economic liberalization, has become an inescapable imperative. And we're also currently witnessing an age of disruption wherein the global community is faced with a myriad of global crises such as climate change, conflict, security threat, forced migration, food and water insecurity, pandemic, and these crises transcend national boundaries and affect all states to different extents. For example, the repercussions of the Russian aggression in Ukraine continue to reverberate around the world, not just because of the conundrum of geopolitical alignment, but also due to its impact on several supply chains, thereby compounding up food and gas prices and aggravating shortages. So far, having established that interdependence is inevitable, international relations between states become necessary, and so does the importance of a normative framework that facilitates these relations. So international law is that framework which is providing for the necessary ammunition to deal with deterrence, prevention, response to violations, and gives a semblance of predictability to relations between states. Hence, international law serves to promote reciprocal and cooperative relations. However, international law does not just facilitate these relations, but it can also be used as a tool to create a compliance structure conducive to one's own needs, just like in the hypothetical, wherein C attempted to enforce the non-sharing rule. If the rule is implemented, it can be a potent weapon used against A to deter him from colluding with B, which is against C's interest. This is lawfare. So far we have established that interdependence between states give rise to the need of international relations, which are then solidified and facilitated by international law. And it also makes law a potential weapon to serve one's interest better while carrying out these international relations. So I'll first elucidate the optic of international relations, and then we'll go forth with lawfare. So as we saw in the example, A and B arrived at an understanding that was profitable for both parties. The agreement to enter such an understanding must have been preceded by a cost and benefit analysis, but also an expectation that both the parties shall keep up their end of the bargain. This assessment must have been made through the judgment of the previous behavior of the parties, which corresponds to reputation. So in international relations, similarly, normative compliance with international law is essential to maintain a state's reputation amongst other states. Reputation then determines how other states perceive the future behavior of a contracting state party. Hence, reputation has direct implications on the decision of a state, state organization, or a private entity to enter into a contract with another state party. For example, India was necessitated to introduce Arbitration and Conciliation Act in consonance with UNCITRAL model law in order to augment and bolster trade and commercial relationships with the rest of the world by providing a promise of uniform and fair settlement of disputes with minimal judicial intervention. A pro-arbitration friendly regime encourages international parties to invest in and contract with Indian parties, thereby accentuating India's growth in the global market. However, the uniformity and predictability of these commercial relationships was tainted by the vast judicial interpretation of the term public policy, which served as a legitimate ground for the domestic courts to set aside foreign awards upon challenge, while also delaying the impartment of finality to settlements due to prolonged and unnecessary judicial intervention, which was the reason to avoid courts in the first place. Similarly, the Supreme Court's ruling in the case of Mohammed Salimullah versus Union of India showcases how international law and compliance with international instruments and norms have not been given paramountcy at all. While India is not a signatory to the Refugee Convention, thereby not bound by the non-refoulement principle, India is bound by several other commitments under international instruments such as the ICCPR and ICSCR. Needless to say that non-refoulement is also identified as a customary international law principle. So by not reading into these commitments into municipal law, India displayed its weak interaction with international law. If India's interests lie in non-compliance with the policy, the justification offered should also have been laid down in explicit terms of national security with well-reasoned and substantiated arguments, showing how the Rohingya population posed a threat to national security. This would have saved India's reputation as an international law-observing party as opposed to a one with blatant denial of the same. These examples portray that while India does understand the need to introduce certain international law frameworks such as the UNCITRAL model law and also be a part of global governance by ratifying treaties such as the ICCPR, its constant interaction and engagement with these is meek and unsatisfactory, even when its own interests are at stake. In the former, they need to make India's reputation as a pro-arbitration friendly regime, and in the latter, hindering its prominence in global governance, such as securing a permanent seat at the UN Security Council, for example. Now, not only has this meek or nil engagement with international law de-accelerated facilitation of better international relations to advance its strategic interests, it has also left a huge potential in the field of lawfare untapped. So now lawfare can be understood as a viable instrument of statecraft to gain advantage in a potential or ongoing conflict. It is the use of international law to propel material changes in the strategic arena in order to substitute the need for a direct military action. Several actors around the world have successfully deployed law to gain advantage in potential conflicts. For example, UK successfully attempted at derailing Russia's attempt to send helicopter gunships to Syria's Assad regime via the sea route. Instead of deploying force that could have been a precursor to Russia's aggression against the UK instead had the ship's insurer, namely London Standard Club, withdraw the insurance of the ship carrying the cargo. This resulted in the cargo being turned around and returned to Russia. Lawfare can also be used to create international law, which is designed to disadvantage an adversary. Arab League successfully advocated insertion into the ICC statute of an offense designed to make a war crime out of Israeli settlements. So the origin of settlements norm is codified in 4th Geneva Convention, which provides that the occupying power shall not deport or transfer parts of its own civil population into the territory it occupies. And in the drafting of the Rome Statute, the Arab states successfully proposed modifying the Geneva language to directly or indirectly deport or transfer, which indeed affected, specifically targeted Israel settlements, and was the reason why Israel did not join the treaty. So lawfare has been successfully deployed directly against India, and yet India is yet to tap into its potential to retaliate and give back to its adversaries. CAATSA stands for Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, which is an American law instituted to impose sanctions on third state parties who engage in transactions with targeted states like Iran, North Korea, or Russia. In 2019, USA made it clear that any Indian company importing oil from Iran would make itself susceptible to severe sanctions, such as freeze on dollar transactions and their US assets. The response of the Indian government to the same was to cave into the threat by indicating zeroing out on oil imports from Iran, even when initially New Delhi had vowed to ignore the unilateral sanctions regime and had promised continuity of its oil intake from Iran. Either way, against an evident lawfare strategy of the United States, India abstained from counter lawfare, even when international law provided enough ammunition to do so. Chapter 7 of the UN Charter only envisages collective action, hence unilateral sanctions exist outside the ambit of UN Charter. More so, US has previously been condemned for similar unilateral coercive sanctions, for example, in the case of Cuba, on the grounds of violation of international obligations under the Charter, such as the one enshrined in Article 2.7, which stipulates the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of other states. Similarly, several agreements between India and China provide that neither shall use force against the other by any means. Yet in 2020, China used military force against India in Galwan, resulting in death of 20 Indian soldiers. Since then, a muscular and assertive China and its belligerence towards India has continued unabated through multiple transgressions at the LAC. China has backed these transgressions by other developments, such as implementing a new border law that renames several places in Arunachal and aims to set up boundary markers on all its land borders. The LAC transgressions and the new border law violates Article 9 of the 2005 agreement that mandates both sides to strictly respect and observe the LAC. However, India is yet to invoke law to address these violations, even when prohibition on the use of force is enshrined in Article 1 and 8 of the 2005 and 2013 agreements, respectively. Also, states being forbidden from using force in international relations is a cardinal rule of international law, codified in Article 2.4 of the UN Charter. Now, the purpose of India's lawfare should be to ably demonstrate to the world that China's international law violations pose a threat not just to India but to the entire international community, in effect causing reputational harm to China's international standing. India possesses the key element to exercise power as a South Asian hegemon. India's observance of democracy, as opposed to China, gives it a good political standing in the West, while its observance of sensibilities regarding non-interference and sovereignty provides it with considerable credibility in Asia. Therefore, it can act as a balancer of power without threatening change in power dynamics in favor of either US or China. It can further use this power as a hegemon to push forth for normative frameworks that align with the Global South's imagination of global governance, all the while helping India gain greater strength and position in international relations, thereby providing it with the power to create conducive environment for pushing its own strategic interests. India has so far not displayed any political imagination in shaping such strategic milieu. India, alongside South Africa, displayed a welcoming stance in challenging the TRIPS obligations in the light of COVID-19 pandemic in order to address the shortage of vital life-saving supplies. However, shortly after, India abandoned its own proposal. So, conclusively, it can be safely said that India, although holds vast potential to have great prominence in the international fora, its inability to efficiently translate international law in its municipal law, and further, its disinclination towards exploiting the power of law for its strategic gains has impeded its potential so far, and we can only hope that with more discussions like the one we're having today, international law shall hold more importance in Indian policy in the future. So that'll be the end of my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Shalvi. Rather fascinating. I think like we've just, in a way, like all of the presentations are speaking to each other. Before I have three questions actually, but before I jump in, any questions from the audience? Yeah, yes.
Firstly, congratulations on a brilliant presentation, especially the game theoretic framework which you had started off with for determining state practice was especially interesting. And my question is more or less related to that. So now in that framework, there is an assumption of what a particular alphabet will do, which is being taken into play. Now that assumption comes with another one, that the norms and rules more or less remain the same and that individuals don't develop them. So in that paradigm, wherein we take instances like, for example, R2P and humanitarian intervention coming up in 1999, how would such new norms being put forth by states to propagate their policy work into the paradigm that you have proposed?
All right. So my assumption going ahead with this hypothetical was that law is not just facilitating these international relations, but it can also be used for your to create a sort of conducive environment to advance your own strategic interests, right? And as far as we're talking about R2P and humanitarian intervention, it's not a strategic interest per se, but in order for India to introduce this norm to, like, are you asking in context of India or the world at large.
I was asking in context of the paradigm that you proposed, which wherein A, B, C were involved. So in that paradigm, how would certain new norms coming into play or a country leading new norms coming into play work out? That was my question.
So that will depend on the power dynamic that exists between countries, because not every country can sort of channel this hegemonic power to bring in a new norm. So for India to be able to, or any country to be able to do that, or those alphabets, for example, C trying to bring in a new norm which says that the token shall not be shared. So it will depend on how C interacts with A, how C interacts with B, and how A and B view their interests being, conducive in alignment with C's proposition. So I think it's a power play of a lot of variables. Yeah, that would be my answer. Hope that answers the question.
Anybody else? Abhijit.
Were you there in Professor Ranjan's lecture?
No, I wasn't. I'm sorry.
Okay. He also touched upon the theme of lawfare today, and he spoke of two conceptions of lawfare. One where it's the more, let's say, classical understanding where instead of going to war, you use the law as a weapon to achieve security ends. And the second one is somewhat what he at least considers a more positive conception, where it's not simply that to avoid war you resort to the law, but instead to pursue any security interest you use the law as an instrument to achieve those ends. So this is simply to say that it is like, what conception of lawfare are you working with in this regard? You do not have to identify with either of these, but where my question comes from is that there is a discussion of how sometimes this idea of lawfare, it needs to be limited or it needs to be tempered, because using lawfare as a weapon, it can lead to possibilities that we may not intend. So what are your thoughts on this? And thank you for the presentation.
Yeah. So according to me, lawfare in itself is a value neutral subject. How you plan to go ahead with it, how you employ it, accords it with a value judgment. So obviously there are cases where lawfare can be used against, phenomenon or sort of strategies which we would not intend for the sake of world peace, I'd say. But for me, lawfare is not just like, of course, I do agree with Professor Ranjan's first proposition that lawfare is used to supplant traditional warfare. But I also feel like lawfare, like I talked about the Arab League's successful advocation of insertion of the phrase directly or indirectly deport or transfer into the ICC statute, which in effect caused Israel to back away from being a part of the treaty, because it would in effect not give legitimacy to their settlements in Gaza and West Bank. So in this way, in this regard, lawfare can also be used to sort of propagate for law that is conducive for sort of advancing your own interests. Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you so much. My as I said, I have 3 questions, but I mean, I could put 2 in one bracket and sort of pass them off as one. And both these kind of are questions mostly of method, right? And I'm now curious, and rather a little too curious to understand that when we are sort of taking from your hypothetical itself, the fact that you need, and you sort of spoke of international law being sometimes a set of community rules, and sometimes something that could be immunized to make somebody agree to your interests. I'm curious as to how, we make a determination of who is this adversary who needs to be immunized, and who is this friend from which you need some sort of a community element. Like, I understand that it's easy, for instance, to rely on a general understanding, but like, because it's an academic paper, I'm kind of curious as to how you come up with this as a methodological question to identify who's the adversary and who's the friend. And similarly, the second question, because that I think kind of again talks about the behavioral pattern of states. When you using law maybe say for instance, I mean your reading of the situation is that the Arab states were pushing for their agenda, and I'm curious that could they say that they're maybe looking for a vision of a better world, and tomorrow they don't want to be put in a position. So I'm just saying that how do we determine the behavior of state, that this is an act of lawfare and this is an act of a communitarian interest. So this is like the first question put into two parts to understand adversary friend and lawfare and like some sort of a communitarian sort of an idea. And the second bit is that I know your focus, of course, I mean, your paper talks about international law and international relations and kind of looks to the international audience and looks to lawfare as a mechanism of international relations. I'm also sort of thinking about it, do states really need to kind of convince the international world around? I mean, where is this problem also deriving? Like, say, for instance, many a time states, and particularly, I mean, there are countless examples in India, where the state could be very happy explaining to its domestic population about the legitimacy of a move, rather than trying to find an international language of legitimacy. So sometimes the fact that we need to do lawfare, where is this also like that need sort of arising? And because, I mean, one could very simply, I mean, for that matter, like let's take the surgical strikes as an example, that if, say, for instance, the domestic constituency finds it legitimate, do we need, as Ahan sort of was speaking about, a better form of justification in international law which could be used in the language of lawfare? So, yeah.
Okay, so answering your second question first, I feel like when you give your justification couched in terms of international law, you are not just looking to seek legitimacy within the domestic affairs, but in the international world order. So that has to do more with how you want your international relations to look in the future, as opposed to how you want your own civil population to look at your actions. So like we see, even when China and Russia, they engage in aggressive actions against other states, they always couch these justifications in the language of law. Like even when sometimes their justifications do not make sense, for example, the Russian aggression in Ukraine right now, they would still want to argue that, you know, we are somewhere right in the eyes of law. And because of that, countries like China and even India, like the BRICS, actually held talks with Putin, which should not have happened. But either ways, when these countries do that, they actually, so if Russia were not to justify its actions in terms of law, I don't think even these countries would have enough, I guess, standing to be like, okay, but we still want to have communication with Russia, we still want to align with Russia. So, yeah, so according to me, like your second question has more to do with international relations as opposed to domestic politics. And your first question as to how to identify an adversary versus a friend, I feel like when you talk about lawfare, you're mostly recognizing adversaries. Because as Professor Ranjan has said, that lawfare is mostly used to supplant traditional warfare. So that happens when there has been an aggression or attack against you. So I guess when we're talking about lawfare, we are talking about adversaries as opposed to international relations. For example, when we're talking about the UNCITRAL model law, we wanted to forge like more commercial relationships between international actors, and that's why we wanted the law. And you know, that is how we want to translate it into municipal law. So does that answer your question, or do I need to elucidate further?
No, it does. I was also curious as to what is the framework they use. So maybe like the fact that aggression, but aggression again could be understood in several ways.
I guess you view the lens of a particular state. Like I am viewing it from the lens of India right now. That for India, who seems to be an adversary, if someone is attacking their border, that's an adversary. But if they want to create more relations, like economic relations with other countries.
My question, I think, kind of stems from my initial hesitation of when you speak of India, like who is the India that you are defining also becomes an important question, right? Yeah. Like to say that the state has one voice or one opinion is difficult. Like I think in this room also when we sit together, it will be hard to have one collective opinion on one subject. While we may all identify with a sense of India, I'm just curious as to how do we determine who this India is and who this India is affected. So that becomes a method question, right? Say for instance, if you set out and say that this is the state that becomes the most relevant actor, and state in the sense the government. And because again, then the government comes into the question that Ahan points out, that the government is not a it's a body that keeps changing. It's a body that hopefully should keep changing in some sense. So there are different versions or entities that could also present as a government. So who is this government that we are talking about? So that was the point, like who is the adversary of India? I feel that it's a difficult question to answer, and which is why the methods.
But I guess most of the literature that I rely upon looks at state with the reference of the government in power right now, and what policies do they wish to take forward, and who aligns with those policies versus who does not align with those policies. But I guess your question actually prompts the need for more literature which looks at state not just as being what the present government wants, but also the civil society participation.
Actually not. I mean, I'm saying that you can presume one and move ahead, but I was curious as to what the idea of state you're moving with right now. All right. Thank you. On that note, may I invite Sejal to take the floor?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
You are.
Okay,
Not.
I'll be sharing the screen. Just let me know if it is visible.
So we cannot see your slides yet, but also while we can hear you, your voice is not as loud. Is it possible for you to be louder?
Just give me a second. Is it better now?
I think so. Yes.
Can you enable me to screen share?
Yes, just give us a minute. You should be able to do that now.
Yes. Is my screen visible?
Yes, perfectly. Thank you.
Okay. So, a very good afternoon to Professor Aman and everyone present. I, Sejal Gupta, am here to present my paper on cloud computing, interplay of national and international laws vis-a-vis jurisdiction, contract and privacy laws. So with the transit to having everything at ease, organizational boundaries have disappeared and boundaryless organizations have come into being. The changing nature of storing information from on paper to compact disks to now Google Drive has given birth to this concept of accessing information on remote servers using any internet-enabled platform called cloud computing. Well, even the recording of this conference will be stored on the cloud. However, along with these benefits, cloud computing has significantly muddied the traditional concepts of sovereign jurisdiction across international borders, as much of these transactions occur entirely in the virtual world. It involves a complexity of risks owing to data privacy due to service providers being subject to both national and international laws. And in an era where petabytes of data are transferred and stored daily, it is clear that existing laws are inadequate for the growing universe of cloud computing. I can sense a question as to how cloud computing falls within the scope of defense. Well, a simple answer is that cloud computing is a network-based virtualized resource due to which defense agencies can access anything from around the globe. Now, moving to the existing research on cloud computing. So the existing research only focuses on the problem of data infringement, but they do not focus on why are we facing problems to fight it due to the ambiguous state of jurisdiction that each state possesses, even India for that matter. They don't delve into questions like which code has a jurisdiction in case of infringement of data stored in cloud, what is the relevance of click-wrap agreements in cloud computing, or who is exactly liable in case of any data infringement. So I'm unraveling answers to all these questions in this paper to finally conclude whether cloud computing and the interplay of the national and the international laws harms the spirit of technology, or has it been dramatized to a great extent. And in accordance with the objectives of the present study, qualitative methods of research have been adopted. So shifting the focus to the gray areas behind cloud computing and how it affects the legal position of domestic laws on data privacy in India in relation to the existing international laws, let's take an example to understand what's happening here. So it is entirely possible that a US company can allocate server space physically located in France, remotely managed by a team of Indian IT specialists, to a business incorporated in Canada. And the software that interlinks all of these parties may have been developed in Japan and then used by consumers virtually in every country across the globe, which is subject to modification by anyone at any given time. A very recent controversy in the United States was that at least 45 cities have placed controversial taxes on streaming services such as Netflix, Spotify, and Hulu. And virtually all of these instances, the servers that store actual data are not physically located in all of these jurisdictions. But beyond these taxation issues, even what is more vexing for these authorities is the potential use for cloud computing for large-scale illegal activities. And an example of the same is that the US government's efforts to dismantle Mega Upload, which was once one of the most popular cloud-based platforms in the world, and US tried to prosecute its founder, King.com, for allegedly facilitating the sharing of pirated material. And although .com was arrested in 2012, it is pertinent to note that 2 New Zealand Supreme Court cases have so far prevented its extradition to the United States. And for the purposes of extradition, so bilateral treaties require that crimes need to be committed within the United States territory. And this led to a disagreement among authorities as to whether US has jurisdiction simply by the virtue that some of the company's many international servers were leased in the US. Now, many would answer this that we can intensify regulation and prosecution, but this is not the catch-all solution to meeting the many future challenges of cloud computing. This only encourages the migration of cloud servers away from the United States to more lenient jurisdictions such as Sweden, where popular piracy websites such as the Pirate Bay have survived for more than decades. To understand the conflict further and how it affects the position of Indian laws, so in India, one doesn't need a license to provide cloud services. So for example, Amazon didn't need to have a local license for us to be able to use AWS. And the question of jurisdiction in India involves the interplay of basically 3 laws. So the Indian Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996 facilitates both international and domestic commercial arbitration and conciliation. However, enforcing a foreign judgment or award in India can be a significant issue, as although India is a signatory to the New York Convention of 1960, it has notified only about 49 of these as reciprocating countries under Section 49 of the Arbitration Act. As a result, only awards delivered in these 49 countries can be enforced on a reciprocal basis in India, and a judgment or award from a non-reciprocal jurisdiction cannot be directly enforced as a decree in India. Now, moving to the Information Technology Act 2000, Section 2 of this Act defines intermediaries, which means any person who on behalf of another receives, stores, transmits any record or provides respective services, and it includes network and internet service providers. So if companies like Google or Amazon are processing personal data of Indian citizens in India or outside India, they will be held liable under the IT Act 2000. However, the dilemma of conflicting jurisdictions arises when data is stored outside India. For example, the US Clouds Act. So it allows the US law enforcement to access data stored in the servers of US companies. But under the Sensitive Personal Data Information Rules 2011 of India, cross-border data transfer is permissible only on the condition that receiving country has equivalent data privacy framework as of India. So the above mentioned legislations are in direct contradiction with each other. To take another example, so if Google is providing cloud services to its users in India, then law officials in the US can demand Indian citizens' data for any purpose. But the SPDI guidelines will restrict such data transfer only on the ground because of non-consented data transfer if the data is stored locally. One more thing that is to be noted is that RBI mandates all the digital payments data to be stored locally within the boundaries of India. And only in worst case scenarios can they opt for cloud computing, but still must host their data locally. So the said situation is extremely problematic because if companies are to host data locally, then what will be the purpose of cloud computing? And moreover, if data is stored locally and simultaneously processed on cloud, then this would mean that RBI is itself not aware of the consequence of the said setup. Now moving to the contractual issues surrounding click-wrap agreements. So cloud computing isn't limited to just issues of jurisdiction, but it extends to contractual issues. They have service agreements since it is between cloud service providers and the clients. And these service agreements differ significantly from licensing agreements. Owing to the limited expansion of cloud services in India, vendors usually have click-wrap agreements. So click-wrap agreements are only a matter of click. So this is an example. So it is non-negotiable and only concerns the vendor of these services. For example, buying an airplane ticket or even signing up on Instagram is a click-wrap agreement. And the major issue with these agreements is the contract of addition, where the contract is drafted by only one party without any interference by the other party. These non-negotiable agreements do not give any warranties of data security or of any liability whatsoever on them for any data breach. And in India, these contracts are governed by the Indian Contract Act 1872, but it doesn't contain the definition of e-contracts. So in India, we have the Information Technology Act 2000, which recognizes e-contracts by Section 10A, which strengthens the validity of e-contracts such as click-wrap agreements, and also through the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, which validates electronic signatures, but it does not cover terms such as I agree, I accept, or okay. So in a recent case of DDIT versus Gujarat Puff Court in 2017, it was held by the Income Tax Tribunal that contract addition in mass contracts like shrink wrap or click wraps makes them unforeseeable, even though they have all the components of a valid contract. So as a result of this, click wrap agreements cannot be described as electronically signed in the context of India, and hence they are not really enforceable. Moving to privacy and data protection, who is exactly liable? I'll start with a statement of the former director of the FBI, Mr. Louis Freeh. He once said that, ask the American public if they want an FBI wiretap, and they'll say no. But if you ask them, do they want a feature on their phone that helps the FBI find a missing child, they'll say yes. So pondering upon the same and the current Indian framework, it is not stringent enough to protect citizens of India. The Personal Data Protection Bill 2022 is very impressive for a single reason, that it is based on European Union's General Data Protection Regulation. The said bill imposes hefty penalty on corporations for non-compliance. However, still, there are major flaws in it. The dilution of Data Protection Board and exempting the government from complying with some preconditions of the bill are entirely the two major drawbacks of the said act. And passing and implementing of the PDP Bill 2022 will be very effective, because under the bill, data processor is a person or entity which processes personal data for a data fiduciary. So, and the latter is someone which determines the purpose of processing collected personal data. And now the bill imposes certain strict compliances on both the above mentioned entities. Mostly companies, for example, Google and Amazon, will be data processors for other companies by providing them cloud services. And processing here means several activities, including storage and retrieval of data. So the implementation of the PDP bill will ensure that cloud computing will come under the Indian jurisdiction unambiguously. And many countries are adopting their versions of European Union's GDPR, which will benefit each of them during cross-border transfer. So data transfer requires some preconditions to be followed before transfer is done. And one such condition is that transferring data to a third country, before transferring data to a third country, the processor must ensure that the receiving country has adequate data privacy safeguards, which are similar to the framework of the domestic country. So if most of the countries are drafting privacy laws based on GDPR, then this condition will be automatically fulfilled. Moving to the conclusion, so the basic principle of cloud computing is that everything is done over the internet as well established. If data is not to be stored physically applicable on cloud companies like Amazon, so I propose a model framework for India and other countries to follow. On a global level, one major problem pertaining to virtual storage of data is that no one knows which country can claim privacy infringement on the activities carried out by such companies in normal discourse. So for this, countries can enter into treaties just for the smooth functioning of cloud computing with the privacy aspect. So for example, India and US can have a treaty to extinguish localization requirements. Then companies like Google and Amazon can easily walk their way through cloud computing. Secondly, they can consult the European Commission several opinions on cloud computing to understand the jurisprudence of the said matter before enacting a new legislation. And thirdly, as we've discussed before, countries can encourage each other to draft their privacy laws based on GDPR to have a global uniform policy on cloud computing. And in the Indian context, the simple answer could be that governments make it mandatory to store personal data stored in virtual servers to be stored locally in physical servers, just to make these companies liable under various data privacy laws. However, this could have a drawback in the form of sheer wastage of resources and money. Secondly, if the personal data protection bill is to be passed in some time, then one can perceive it as a primary legislation for cloud computing in India. And cloud computing services must be defined in the new law, and privacy safeguards must be implied to such services. Moreover, I am of the view that imposing extremely stringent provisions are not effective, because prioritizing user privacy over companies' ease of doing business is not feasible in the long run. So I thank you for your time. This would be it.
Thank you for joining us online and for the presentation. Any questions for Sejal? Maybe I'll ask Rudraksh before Ahan.
So I had, am I audible? I just wanted to confirm that.
Yes, yes.
So I had two questions actually, and you can maybe answer them in turn. So the first question is with respect to your suggestion that data, the cloud data that is shared on international servers should also be stored on national servers. So this is akin to the idea of data localization and the kind of policies that the government has put forward, but there are obviously privacy advocates, people who have opposed this idea for a simple reason that when you centralize the data within a country, the government might have better access to it, and therefore privacy concerns arise. And another problem when you talk about, with this link to this question, is that when you talk about ease of business, a lot of corporations actually promote the idea of free flow of information. So the idea of data localization is something that, given that it raises also confidentiality questions, is something that a lot of businesses might also have a problem with. Actually, maybe you can answer first question, then I can go to the second question.
Right. So it is only a suggestion that the governments make it mandatory to store personal data stored in virtual servers to be stored locally, and storing it in physical servers would help the government make it liable, make the companies liable under data privacy laws. Otherwise, if the data is not stored anywhere physically, how the question of jurisdiction arises, which court should they go to, which court has the jurisdiction. So it is only a suggestion that the data should be stored physically in a country like India, where there is no privacy law in existence already. It could be a good way to hold other companies liable, because data privacy is a huge thing and we need to protect the data. So even though it could be sheer wastage of resources, as I've already said, and it could lead to other lot of problems, it would still be good for countries like India, where privacy laws are not there in the picture. I hope I answered it.
This is on the first question itself. So with respect to the first question, I had a small follow-up. So you say that you require local storage of data for resolving the jurisdictional issue. However, how about an alternative, and maybe you could give a comment regarding it. So when you're saying that you can sign treaties, so maybe treaties could be signed in such a way to resolve the jurisdictional issue that data doesn't have to be stored nationally, data can be stored internationally, but if a cloud operator is working here, then in that case, both the countries where the entity is located and where the entity's data is located, in both countries you could have jurisdiction. And if both countries agree to such a treaty, let's say US and India, therefore it resolves the jurisdictional issue, because then both countries have locus, and then you can decide which country has to file a case. And also in this case also, like I also don't think there'll be a concern of double punishment, because the idea that you shouldn't have double penalization is present in common law countries anyways. So on both locals, whichever country wants to start an action first can start it. What do you think about this framework?
Right. So when I was giving my suggestions for the model framework on a global level, so it included the selection of treaties, and I gave an example where, for example, India and US can have a treaty to extinguish localization requirements. I think this is on the same level. So if they extinguish localization requirements, companies like Google and Amazon can freely and can have a smooth functioning of cloud computing, even with the privacy aspect. So I agree with your point.
All right, thank you. Ahan, you had a question.
Please finish your question, then I'll go ahead.
Yeah, maybe this is outside the scope of your presentation, but since you're talking about having treaties which resolve jurisdiction issues, also resolve how cloud computing should be dealt at a data protection level, the small problem that I perceive is that the fact that this is not that people haven't proposed this before. So in that sense, it is not unique. The problem is that how do you get three countries which have such a different approach to come together? For example, the US's approach to data protection, the EU's approach is very different. And the EU has basically said that if there's any data that goes through EU, it has to be subject to EU regulation. So even though it's not being processed there, even a transfer is being subject to it. So US and EU position is very different. Then also you refer to the fact that there are certain states that allow, for example, criminals cloud servers to operate. That's because certain countries have more lax regulation. The reason they have more lax regulation is because the fact that they have monetary incentives there. For example, look at tax haven as an analogy, right? Where you say that tax havens can go away if everybody has harmonized standards, but no, it's not in everyone's interest to have a harmonized standard. So given this sort of paradigm that we are in today where states have very diverse interests, how could we even foresee something like a treaty coming into fore today?
Right. As I'd given a suggestion regarding countries to make their privacy laws in line with the European Commission's GDPR, there is that, but since the question is that other countries would not agree to it, for example, US. So we can have bilateral treaties. For example, India and US can have a treaty and they could agree on some points where US is not agreeing as a whole in their privacy law. So bilateral treaties along with countries making their privacy laws in line with GDPR could together help and solve this issue.
Before Ahan asks you a question, Sejal, would you like a set of questions together, or would you want to sort of answer them one by one? What is a better approach for you? I should have asked everyone preceding Sejal as well, but considering there are quite a few.
I mean, either way works. Like, I would prefer answering one question. Like,
okay, perfect. Ahan, go ahead.
All right, thank you, and congratulations on a brilliant presentation. So my question is mainly about the establishment of jurisdiction in such cases. Now, wherever there is absence of, let's say, an arbitration clause, or there is an issue of jurisdiction that comes up, there are principles within international law that talk about how extraterritorially certain jurisdictional aspects might be applied. Further, there is also certain trade forums that are looking at the aspect of cloud computing, such as the WTO looking at data protection aspects under the auspices of the GATS. So in these aspects, do you think that these already existing principles and forums might be a better way to deal with these issues?
Right. So my presentation focuses what India can do in their privacy laws or in their laws for solving these problems. And on a global level, the main issue what I feel is that when national laws and international laws don't match, so when there's a problem, when there's a conflict between these two, so the countries will have to make their laws in line with the international laws like GDPR, for example, to solve the issue. So instead of just focusing on international laws or international whatever solutions we have, we need to focus on national laws as well, and then we can solve the issue together on a global level.
A follow-up?
Maybe we'll have, unless, yeah, sure. I mean, we're running out of time, but I mean, if it is very pressing, please go ahead.
All right, thank you. Actually, my question was something which was a little different. My question was not about whether national or international law should play more of a major role, but rather that when there are certain international forums that are now looking into the aspects of data protection, then do you think it should be these forums that take a lead for tackling these issues, especially when national jurisdictional issues are coming up, rather than proposing something like US and India coming together and filling up their inconsistency, because the likeliness of that happening itself is very low, which is why my question being about how existing forums could probably take up this issue and take it further. So what do you think your views are on that?
Right, so international forums dealing with such questions. So we've already, so for example, we have ICJ. So we already see problems even in the functioning of ICJ with respect to jurisdiction. So international forums could obviously work for this matter, but I would still emphasize on national laws and them being focused on more other than these international forums, because there is no international law in place as such. So in such a condition where there is no international law in place, emphasizing on international forums for me becomes dormant. So this is why I'm focusing on national laws more. I hope I answered your question.
Pushkar.
Hi, thank you, Sejal. That was actually a really interesting presentation. If I can make one small comment, I think at the end you talked about a treaty being in place for countries to sign in terms of identifying jurisdiction in terms of a privacy violation with respect to cross-border trade. That discussion's already being taken place, the Joint Statement Initiative on e-commerce at the WTO. There's about 80 or so WTO members discussing this matter right now. But the issue is that why India would be against this and why India is also not participating in this JSI is that data is really valuable. India is probably the largest accessible data market in the world. And the reason I say largest is because it's very unlikely they'll ever open up their markets with respect to cross-border trade. But we simply don't have the facilities to process data, that large amount of data. And data is really valuable. It's a new gold, right? So we want data localization because we want to promote domestic industries to sort of be able to process and harness this data. So I think that would be the issue. Of course, I know I'm slightly deviating, but I think this would be an interesting point you can maybe look at. But yeah, I think that's it for mine.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
Great. So I also don't have any some of the questions that were on jurisdiction, I think Rudraksh has sort of also flagged. I may also sort of come up with a very small comment which is not necessarily in the nature of a, maybe I'll sort of shape it as a question. I'm also kind of curious as to the intention behind the paper, in the sense because you've taken up, like, I feel, several burdens upon yourself, because your suggestions seem to span multiple thematics, so to say, one on privacy, one on questions on jurisdiction, one on questions of localization challenges. So I wonder if you wanted to sort of look at all three in one go. And I mean, why this question also comes, and which is where the comment kind of lies, is do you think that maybe focusing on one aspect may make it for a richer conversation and maybe give you a little more space to hash out in your paper? That's just a small thought that I wanted to share as well.
I agree, a narrower research question is always better. But since I was dealing with cloud computing as a whole, and I previously thought of not including contractual issues, but then dealing with cloud computing, you need to have an overall discussion of what it exactly is and what it entails as a whole. So I had to, it was a compulsion to say the least, to include all these issues for a better understanding, for my better understanding, and for the better understanding of you all who are listening. And moreover, cloud computing as a whole, it is a growing universe. It is just growing. We have not come to a conclusion of laws or to other basic aspects of cloud computing. So it is clear that existing laws are not in place, or even if they are not adequate enough. So in order to deal with that issue, I took up this topic. And as far as the theme of the conference, that is making international relevant. So international law relevant along with national laws, is what I dealt with in my presentation. And taking up the topic of cloud computing only because existing research only focuses on the questions and not on any solutions as such, and as to what problems we are facing while dealing with the solutions. So this was my only aim in this presentation.
Thank you so much. I find the word compulsion very fascinating. You said it is compulsory to sort of do it. But yeah, I get the persuasions. And on very not so similar themes, but connected themes. Maybe I invite Rudraksh to come and sort of take the floor next.
So, am I audible to everyone? Is it fine? No, I'm saying that can I speak without you? Okay. So first clarification that I'll just like to give is the fact that my topic was listed in the panel as 5G technologies, but rather it is the future of how as the framing of the presentation is the future of internet governance, India and standard development organizations. So with the emergence of the cyber and internet in 1990s, drastically impacted security concerns, defense tactics, governance mechanisms, and how we communicate today. We find ourselves in a similar situation where after almost 30 years, in the coming decades with the emergence of artificial technology, 5G, Web3, internet should go a rampant evolution. And these developments will touch upon each and every sphere which the panel discusses, defense, security, and strategic interest in India. Given these grave policy concerns, these developments have been subject to intense debate in India. However, this entire discourse pays little attention to the role that standard development organizations play and can play in forwarding India's strategic interest. So in this presentation, I shall focus upon how India can participate in strategic development standard development organizations to forward its interest. I'd like to begin with a quote by Werner von Siemens. He was the founder of German conglomerate Siemens. He said in 1800s, he who owns the standard owns the market. This is a reflection about the fact that if you own a technical standard, it comes with immense economic and political power. And what he said in 1800 is a parable for our today's time. And we'll see how this one line connects with the overall theme that I'd like to make. The presentation is divided in 4 parts. I first start discussing the importance and significance of standard development organization. This touches upon the theme of the panel in terms of the strategic interest that it touches upon for states. Second is the role of internet SDOs in marginalizing perspective of global south states from internet governance. Third, I will explain how this paradigm is now being disrupted by China, who's challenging the dominance of West in standard development organizations, SDOs. And lastly, I'll reflect on India's vision and capacities to influence SDOs today and how these gaps can be mitigated and we can chart a path forward. So we start with the significance of SDOs. So the standard development organizations set up technical standard or regulations. What technical standards do is that they enable technologies to operate and provide the underlying infrastructure. And second purpose that they serve is that they standardize the technology, so they uniformize the technology. And a lot of things that we see today around us, for example, a USB, Wi-Fi, our QWERTY keyboard, these are all result of standardization. The internet is also a result of standardization. The internet is based upon the IPN and DNS server and different layers of infrastructure. These are all technical standards. So therefore, almost every single technology that we interact with today is a result of a standardization process that was taken place at an international organization. SDOs are often, because of the fact that they influence almost every single thing technology they have around us, they're often site of commercial and yes. Give me one second. Yes, given this importance, they are often sites of commercial and geopolitical interest being conflicted, where global south interest is often sidelined. I like to take 2 examples. So for example, the internet standard auction in 2008, there was a debate going on between the standard that the Microsoft Word Office Open XLML format against an open license and open standard open document format. And obviously the Microsoft standard is something that is patented compared to an open license software. However, Microsoft lobbied in this and spent their money. There was an Indian chair and they also had this campaign against the Indian chair and they got this standard passed. And therefore, obviously from the patent, they earned a lot of money. Second is, for example, surveillance activities that Snowden disclosures talked about. They were only possible because the standard that was set by IETF in 2006 and 2007 were actually of low standard compared to the best practice encryption practices we could have. And therefore, that allowed for a non-privacy web design and therefore the submass surveillance that we see. So companies draw huge revenues by holding patents to technologies that are essential to comply with a standard, popularly known as standard essential patents. For example, IP Liptics earns $20 billion annually through these standards. most SDO's decision, leaving some, are not legally binding, but they have immense economic coercion. The harmonization of international recognized standards serves as a bedrock for global trade and commerce. Also, what facilitates is Article 2.4 of the Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement of the WTO, where states can impose trade restrictive domestic measures only on the basis of published or soon to be published international standards. Now, after tracing the importance of SDOs, I want to trace the role that SDOs have played in the emergence of internet governance in the way that we understand it today. But I want to start the story of internet governance today by going a little bit behind, going 30 years, 20 years behind, before in 1990s internet develops, going in 1970s. At this time, what has happened is that a lot of the new states have become, not a lot of new states have become independent. And at this time, satellite technologies have become, satellite communication has become common. So 1974, the UNG adopts its declaration of establishment of new international economic order. And the goal of this declaration was material and social self-determination autonomy to correct inequities and redress existing inequalities of the new developing states that came into existence of the world of the global south. An important aspect of this was the New World International Information Communication Order that focused on unequal distribution of and access to means of communication and mass surveillance, because there was one-sided flow of information due to the emergence of satellite communication that during those times. And the developing states were fighting against this. And they wanted, in 1977, it was recommended the creation of an international communication media standard organization through NWICO. These efforts failed, and I will not go into the reasons why they failed. There are a myriad of reasons behind this. But it's important to note that these reasons, which wanted to focus upon and give agency to developing states, to global south states, failed in 1970s. Now, this was a debate regarding satellite communication. In 1990s, the internet comes. The internet is developed actually as an academic resource within the United States. And after what the United States does is it gives it to a private body known as the ICANN. The ICANN, it was a private body till 2000, is a private body in the United States. Till 2016, it was still under the US government. That is that the US government could veto any of its decision. The majority of its funding came from the United Nations. It did not have any immunity. The United States also was responsible for its establishment. So obviously the United States had great control over ICANN, and they used it to influence the way that the internet was shaped. For example, the internet was shaped around a neoliberal ideology, which is to say that it had very limited regulation and it was decentralized, but at the same time, very strong IPR protections were provided within the internet regime. And that happened because of the regulations adopted by ICANN. Another way that they have promoted, another example of US strategic interest, is that during Iraq war, there is a there is a slide missing here, I think. Yeah, sorry, yeah. This is fine. Yes, so during the Iraq war, what had happened was that, so your websites use a certain ID to register that they are from a different country. So if you're accessing internet in Iraq, it'll use IQ. And during the Iraq war, this domain name was taken away. So you could not access those resources safely. That means you could not access them through Google and any major web search engine that will use. So in that way, the US has shaped the way that internet is shaped in these situations. And the way that the ICANN has worked is also shaped inequalities in the global south. So the ICANN also maintains a domain of the registry of IP and DNS addresses. And what it does is that it bids these IP addresses to regional registries, which then sell it to ISPs like Airtel. So this bidding process is actually not only carried about, even though we don't know how it is carried out, but commentators have spoken about how it is based on only the idea of market competitiveness. And through this bidding system, the ICANN earns over $400 million. So this entire system of the bidding has been led to inequalities within the global south infrastructure to access the internet. And even after 2016, the ICANN then were removed from the oversight of the US government. So the US government did not have the power to veto their decision. It became independent. Even after that, concerns remain regarding their representation and accountability. For instance, there are these membership groups that I've written where we have clearly see that North American, European groups have predominant representation within these groups within the organization. So this paradigm where the West has dominated continued till around 2012 and 13. In 2012 and 13, after the Edward Snowden revelations, there was a lot of pushback against them. So nothing materially changed, but after that, another important aspect is the fact that China developed as a very strong economic power, and it developed a lot of indigenous technologies. And therefore, in the past decade, China has learned playing the game of developing standards as the West did, and now it is the leading creator of ICT's indigenous technology, and it has become a formidable power in the development of technical standards. This has happened through regulatory reform, coordination with the private sector, and capacity building. They have followed a two-track approach to international organizations. So the two-track approach is one at international level that try to promote their indigenous standards, and through bilateral frameworks that are promoted. Give an example of international organization. So for example, there's a standard third generation partnership project, which actually is for mobile communication and internet. So right now there's a debate on how should 5G work, and there's a debate on the standards under 5G. So 20 standards have been proposed alone by Huawei compared to only 16 by Ericsson and Nokia. Huawei spent 400 million on this development of standards today, and Huawei owns 20% of all essential patents for 5G. Similarly, in bilateral practices, the Belt and Road Initiative, the part of that is the Digital Silk Route. As of 2019, 85 mutual standardized cooperation agreements have been signed with 49 countries on a broad range of areas. So China, and this is second prong of China's, second prong that I'd like to talk about with respect to China's dominance. So China, by criticizing multilateral stakeholder model forwarded by ICANN, and this has also been forwarded by developing states. For instance, after the Edward Snowden revelations, and given the fact that this US surveillance was enabled by these kind of organizations, there was push by developing states for reform. And there was a meeting called Net Mundal happened in Brazil. Again, nothing material came out of it, but there was a lot of developing states talking about these things. China co-opted this discourse to say that multilateral model doesn't work, and it has argued that the ITU should be responsible for internet governance today. ITU has traditionally been responsible for telecommunication governance. In 2014, China got their own representative being elected as a Secretary General. He was elected for 2 terms. He endorsed the Belt and Road Initiative. He increased China's employment in the organization, and especially in top position. China today sends the largest delegation to the ITU study groups and has flooded them with specification and contribution. And today they lead all nations with standard essential patent applications. And given the influence that China has had in the ITA today, now the West is paying attention. And now the West, which is predominantly limited to ICANN, has now come, and within the ITU now, there is an intense, there's an intense political back and forth that is going on within the ITU. So now, for example, the Secretary election 2022 was termed by Heritage as the most important election you have never heard of. So in the Secretary General election 2022, there was a candidate by the United States and there was a candidate by Russia, and the Russian candidate was backed by China. China lost this election. Regardless, China still maintains, has been sending the largest delegation in ITU, and still in terms of largely the address and the agenda items influenced by the Chinese contribution within the ITU today. So there is one specific thing that I'd like to highlight within what in China has been trying to do within the ITU, is to push for this idea of this something called a new IP, which will radically change how the internet works. It's a radically different understanding how the internet works, which provides a much greater surveillance and control for the government. It takes the infrastructure of the current internet and changes it completely radically. Now, this IP form would actually influence, because China's development foreign policy for its IP. So this is based upon this acknowledgement that China's foreign policy is not only because of commercial interest, but also national security interest. And the idea of having a new IP and having a new internet will provide them much greater control. So even though it has been now rejected in the IPU and in the ITU, what they've been doing is that they've been introducing it piecemeally in different organizations. So till now, what I was trying to showcase was that the West had a domination standard development organizations till today, and China has taken standard development organization because the strategic interest that comes along very seriously today, and they have been forwarding their strategic interest to different means and routes. Now I'll look up towards how India's relationship is with standard development organizations. And India has lacked a vision, and there's a lack of priority, honestly, with respect to standard development organizations or even capacity to deal with this. And there's a specific case study that I'd like to talk about before concluding my reflections. So the specific case study is that post the Snowden leaks, the IEFT chair said that there's a need to revisit the security and privacy proprieties of a standard, which is that revisit the encryption standard. So the idea was in 2018, there's a debate going on to upgrade the encryption standard so that the same kind of surveillance that was allowed does not take place. Now, this is something that for India, this was a very important debate, because India has been talking about how because we do not have indigenous lot of equipments, we often rely upon Chinese telecommunication and networking equipment. And these come with their own security risks, as a lot of countries, including India, has flagged, given that a lot of these states have a very close nexus to the state. And therefore, there's a national security and privacy risk of using these kind of technologies. But having a better encryption standard would have mitigated these concerns to a large extent. And even then, India was not involved in this debate at all, not even once. Indian government did not consult with IEFT. There was one roundtable that was supposed to be held before the debate on the new encryption standard in the IEFT. But in that roundtable, after that roundtable was sent to organizations, the roundtable was cancelled. So therefore, not only was there no consultation on this topic, but India didn't go themselves or send any private organization group on their behalf. On the other hand, the groups were sent by Western states. There were states, there were organizations like such as Microsoft and Cisco. There were groups sent by the NSA. So we see again that in an issue which was so central to India's national security, India was not involved at all in this issue. And this issue that I've taken from 2017, little has changed today. Let's look at India's mission at ITU and how it has worked. So the government and private organizations, there are around 10 organizations in the ITU that are working there right now, compared to China, which is around 50. We are only working in one working group right now. And working groups are essential for the working of the ITU, because under the ITU, even though their member states vote upon it, unlike the ICANN where there are organizations that vote upon it, but member states cannot introduce items themselves. The working groups debate on items, and then those items are voted upon by the member states. And therefore, the working groups, the items that they send across have an immense importance. Even then, India is only involved with one working group currently, and they're not involved with any other working group. We only have 8 academic think tanks and only 1 law school, which is now working with the ITU. CIS today is the only CIS is one of the only think tanks that is yes. So CIS today is only one of the only think tanks that is working today on the question of standard development and internet governance today, along with CCG and New Delhi. We have very limited involvement in ITU development sector, even though we have involvement in radio sector and telecommunication, because development sector leads to the idea of accessibility and inclusiveness, which are interests which India ought to take seriously. India has an initiative called the BRICS ITU initiative, which is that BRICS countries coming together and explaining their own interests, but that has never translated into any action within the ITU. Similarly, the things that we see within the ITU are also translated in domestic lack of vision. We don't have any objective, we don't have any policy which lays down objective or standard development organization. Even though coordination between different standard organizations within India has become better, how we focus upon international standardization has not been focused upon. There is also this lack of nexus between private sector and government. As I explained in the case of China, private sector and government coming together have created a large influence within the standard development organizations. There is also very little support for academia and think tanks. The government discontinued a scholarship for the involvement in IEFT, and only 2 think tanks are working the issue today, as I mentioned before, CIS Bangalore and CCG and New Delhi. So now, in terms of my concluding notes, I'll just like to chart like a way forward. And given the limited time, I cannot go into each of these solutions and how they can be done. I can very broadly flag how we can chart a way forward here. First is understanding and formation of a vision and national policy documents of what are the objectives that we have. China clearly has an objective regarding 5G technologies and having an internet which is much more suitable for their surveillance practices. So therefore, for us, what is the national objective? And based on those national objectives, how do we achieve those objectives? Second is harmonization of domestic standards. Third is we need to improve coordination between standard setting organizations, and we need to have a focus on international SDOs and how those organizations could be influenced. We need improved coordination and synergy between government, think tanks, and academia and private sector, which is something that doesn't happen today at all. We need to participate in large number in SDOs and in working groups and send competent experts. This can only happen by capacity building, which is linked to the idea of domestic funding, subsidy support, endorsement for research and development of technical standards, in form of maybe a conference, working group, think tank, hiring experts, grants, loans, subsidies. Then you have carry out more capacity through which or with respect to research and development. We need to place citizens in position of influence within the standard development organization as China has. We can also use foreign policy as a tool to promote interest with states with with similar strategic interests. So in the ITO, if there's a member states are looking at these kind of interests, if we can have multiple states coming together and looking at these interests, if we have, for example, a lot of developing states will have similar interests. For example, their interest is in creating open access and interoperable and encryption secure standards. So therefore, any standard that operates like forwards these, we can have coalitions within other developing states to forward these kind of goals. In the long term, however, we need to obtain a first mover's advantage. So for instance, in China, they had the first mover advantage in 5G technology because they have spent the most, they spent an insignificant amount of money on 5G technology and research. So therefore, the research that is coming up, which is within India, which India is suited towards being the first mover, those are the technologies that we need to focus towards upon, and then get the standardizations, then get the standards locked within them in international development organization. Like I've just given one example of this. Could be, for example, AI models. For example, we have large language models. These large language models for diverse languages, because in India, unlike in other states, English is not the only predominant language. We have very diverse languages. So we have a very huge training data set that can be used for large language models for being adapted to diverse languages. And in the long term, we need to push for reform in the current standard development and governance framework. The ICANN framework is not suitable, and the ITO framework is meant for telecommunications standard and not for internet governance standard. And therefore, and I'm end the question here in terms of how can we envision an alternative which provides the possibility for the development with including stakeholder participation, but also the perspective of global south states, and which would forward India's strategic interest.
Thanks for this informative presentation. Do we have any questions for Rudraksh? Okay. Ahan and then Shivjit.
Firstly, congratulations on an extremely brilliant presentation. So, since you have mentioned many issues that come up when India is looking at the entire 5G paradigm or the cyber paradigm, so my question to you is, do you think, and keeping in mind the theme of lawfare that has been discussed throughout this panel, do you think India can make certain moves legitimized through international law to counter what China is doing and to gain an upper hand? To just give an example of what I'm talking about, when China wanted to get subsidized glass fibers into the EU, instead of subsidizing them within China and coming under the ambit of the SCM, they decided to subsidize them in a special economic zone in Egypt and then send it to the EU, which through international law got them an upper hand. So do you think maybe India can come up with something creative in this particular paradigm?
Yes, thank you for that question. So I'll limit myself, even though that question has broad scope, I'll limit how I answer that, how India can navigate its interest within standard development, international standard development organizations. So the thing is, there are two ways that you can forward your interest within the standard development organizations. One is that you propose a certain technology. So let's say you propose 5G as a technology, or the enabling technology enables a technology to work. For example, China has proposed a lot of those. And India cannot do that with respect to many things that have come up today in today's time. For example, 5G is one thing which India has already lost the lace in, because we don't own the standard patents that enable that technology. However, at the same time, even if we do not own those patents, how those patents are codified or how those patents are translated into standards, they can still be translated into standards in such a way that is, for example, better for our strategic interest. For example, the concerns that we have regarding Huawei is our concerns that arise from their nexus with the government and the issue of surveillance that might come across and national security concerns that might come across. And therefore, for instance, within these technologies, involving privacy by design as a logic or evolving standard which allow for greater encryption are both ideas that work towards that sort of paradigm. Similarly, within that, we can also include risk assessment options. So for example, for technical standards, we can have a technical standards. For example, how do you assess a 5G technology is compliant with, let's say, privacy by design. Let's say that's a technical standard. Then there can be another technical standard, how that's compliant with it. And within that, you can have risk assessment and things like this. So those kind of procedural tools can provide substantive safeguards in many ways. And we need to think of in creative ways through which we can forward our interest. Because you have to understand that even though we may not be driving the conversation doesn't end because it's still, because now the conversation is centered around the ITU. So it still requires member states to pass this goal. And there are many member states within developing states, even though there isn't a coherent coalition, but the fact that there was a large opposition to the Western hegemony, there are problems with creating standards which are not interoperable, creating standards which provide lock-in and provide hegemony of certain states. For example, like 5G technology that China is forwarding, or the new IP, because they lock in certain technologies.
Shivjit.
Thanks, Rudraksh, for, first of all, a very interesting presentation. My question is, to what extent, if any really, is accessibility to technology and broadly the internet a priority on any agenda by any of these SDOs? And the reason I'm asking this is because even Pushkar mentioned how data is the new oil, and data mining really could push India's interests ahead. And the more accessibility you have, the more data you can play with, the more you can seek investments, and it has the potential to really propel India's economic interests as well. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
So actually, I think there are two questions in what you're asking. One is respect to how standard development organizations are looking at the questions of accessibility and inclusiveness. And second is in terms of like data being oil and that as a paradigm, how India could tap that. So I'll answer those in turn actually. So with respect to inclusive standards, so actually the centering of the conversations regarding internet governance within ITU actually provides a good framework for inclusiveness and bringing that debate of affordability inclusiveness, because there's a specific sector within ITU that deals with, so it's called the development sector, that deals with these kind of concerns. So the problem, for example, within ICANN was the fact that the ICANN as an organization was based upon the idea of a new level ideology, as I said. So when they were, for example, when, as I said, they bid, like for them, the IP address that we use is there's a bidding system for that. So they allot those IP addresses and there's a bidding system for that. And the way that it operated was the fact that often the people who bid the most got the money. And when you bid a lot of money, you will charge a lot of money. And therefore, for example, internet in Africa was 2 times more expensive in 2018 than it was in the United States. So if you see these kind of paradigms that exist, the ICANN was not a body that will care for these kind of issues. Another small example for that is the fact that for having faster and more accessible internet, you need something called an XPR, which is provides, because there are right now international connections that come in Africa, which provides a domestic connection and rerouting. So for example, for these kind of infrastructure, the ITU, when telecommunication infrastructure was being formulated in the 1980s, actually provided subsidies to developing states. But that's not something that ICANN has done. So those are the kind of concerns that ITU has already dealt with. As in terms of what ITU will do with respect to inclusiveness within internet governance, right now the agenda is not set, because I said internet governance within this framework only came in 2014 and 15, once China started pushing the bill. And right now, largely the debate has been regarding these developing technologies. So the technical standard development sector is the one that has been the more predominant department that is working on it. The internet governance and inclusiveness is not something we have forwarded within ITU, but yes, that is certainly something we can promote. But with respect to your data as an oil question, I'll quickly answer that, where, I mean, because I've already, I think, ran past my time, so I'll just give like a few lines answer to that. I think the narrative has to change somewhere where how we look at data as a oil, because then data is nothing as a commodity to be exploited, and then means of resources that has to be exploited for like certain economic goals, right? But that data comes with its own inherent political and personal privacy interests, and those privacy interests that often get neglected. So, for example, the Indian government, when they look at releases policy papers, often they use the term data is the next oil. But within those logic, how does the data is the next oil evolve with the paradigm of privacy as a paradigm? That's something that often is missing, and I think that's where this conversation needs to be centered.
You have a question?
No. Well, thank you. That was actually a really interesting presentation. I don't know much about standard organizations for internet governance, but I have dealt with standard organizations in other areas, particularly with respect to your SPS and your TBT agreement. And what I often notice is that developing countries, even India, as you say, is a leading developing country, right? So the leader of the global south, is that they don't necessarily invest in participating. So with respect to your SPS agreement, for instance, there are 3 organizations that are very important: the Office of International Epizonetics, the IPPC, and the Codex Alimentarius. Now, these are incredibly important organizations because in the SPS and TBT agreement, they refer to something called as your International Standards, Guidelines, and Recommendations, ISGR. If you deviate from it, you need to justify it. So ISGR served as the base level. But if we're not participating with these international standard organizations, then we sort of lose control in terms of how we can influence it. And often it can go against our interest. So I think that's it. That's my only comment.
Do you want to?
Yeah, I'll just briefly reply to that comment. Thank you for the informative comment. Actually, that links to my idea also, where I'm talking about how India and developing states have actually not have enough representation within the standard organizations. But I just like to make another point about not only is that India is in like developing states, and especially India has not made investments and not sent representatives to these organizations, but also like other paradigm is also true that sometimes the organizations set up in such a way that they cannot have representation that reflects the interest of the state because they're biased in the way that they're set up. For example, ICANN, even today, so I said till 2016 it was US as the veto and it appointed a board of directors. Even today the board of directors that you have appointed, the board of directors is largely still controlled by the US. So not formally, but informally, because there are these people strategically have been appointed. And every single representative on ICANN who actually votes on these are actually only appointed by the board of directors. So in so many ways, even if India and developing states want to send certain representative and certain views, they may not even get included within those. And that's why a lot of people have criticized these organizations for being corporate co-opted.
Okay, I think I'll sort of peg on to this point, and because I sense a central contradiction in the argument that you propose. I mean, central in the sense it's somewhere looming. I mean, it's not like something that is so central that it defeats the argument, but you start off by the quote which sort of talks about standardization. Whosoever owns it kind of has all the resources backing. Somewhere when you articulate on the problem and you cite United States and also sort of talk about China, you talk about the state and the companies that influence. And you say that that's a problem, like somewhere that it itself, this state corporate nexus is kind of leading to some sort of an issue. The interesting bit is that in the remedy that you are also seeking, you are not moving away from this nexus. You are kind of also talking to this nexus somewhere that's saying that maybe like when you think of Indian participation or when you articulate the we, this we kind of needs to also somewhere include players who will quite logically influence standards. Like it cannot be like a non-corporate driven. I mean, at some places it could be like NLU Delhi and other think tanks. But I'm saying that this nexus is also something are you trying to also kind of move away from. And the reason why I ask this is, say for instance, when you advance this question like a privacy question, is this a statist concern? I mean, is this a concern that states usually may bring up? And because if you center privacy and questions around rights, is the state or the company the best voice, say for instance, to articulate it? So the problem and the remedy, I mean, if the actors remain the same, how do you sort of envision that as a solution at all?
The way that I completely agree with you, that having a nexus where only the state and the corporation today are taking decisions is a problem. Where corporate concerns decide the agenda setting, that's a problem. And also I agree that neoliberal ideology in the way that it's working within ICANN is a problem. But when I say that private participation should also be encouraged, all I'm trying to say is that each of these issues might concern different interests, right? So for instance, when we talk about 5G technologies, there's also a commercial interest and there's also a privacy interest when we carry out certain standards. For example, the idea of a commercial interest could also come in the fact of how 5G standards are established will impact companies within India, right? But also how they will also impact how we communicate. And therefore both interests are implicated. And then in that situation, having diverse stakeholders is important. I do not talk about an idea where stakeholders are corporates. I talk about an idea where there's a diverse stakeholder body sort of a thing, where I'm talking about you need to have better convergences within the corporate sector, even academia. So for them, an academia or an NGO might give you a rights-based perspective, but they might give you a commercial interest. And both things being taken into account is also necessary. And somewhere even national security concerns can come from organizations or even national security organizations. So the idea simply was that you create a policy to try to understand what is it that India is interested at first. And based on that interest, then you forward that idea. So therefore, I do not forward an idea of like a corporate culture being caught up. I'm just...
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, my question was actually kind of similar to that of Shalvi, because you say global south, global south, global south state, then it's important to also identify. I mean, if you're saying it's a multi-stakeholder thing, that clarity was, I'm presuming, like, I mean, I'm sure we can have this conversation later, but I felt that there is that sense of hesitation that I just wanted to hear you out on, and thanks so much. With that, we actually come to the last speaker. This panel's gone on for a considerably long time. But we are, of course, more than excited to have Avantika join us now. She's joining us online, and we'll have Avantika talk about
Okay, am I visible as well, apart from being audible?
Yes, we can see you. Hi. Sorry for the long
hi,
delay, and I hope that does not affect your presentation, so please proceed as planned. Thank you.
No issues at all. Yeah. Firstly, I'd like to thank everyone for giving insightful presentations. And even though Professor Ranjan is not here, I felt like his talk really benefited me in understanding my presentation better and all the other presentations that followed before me. So my topic deals with extradition and its intersection with international criminal law and the kind of changes that India can make in its domestic framework to better deal with this process of extradition. So at the outset, something to be clarified is that we've often heard of extradition as a term with reference to with reference to economic offenses. So the cases of Mehul Choksi, Nirav Modi, and Vijay Mallya, this is the kind of discourse that has often surrounded extradition. That is what we've heard about this process. We have not heard a lot about extradition as a tool with respect to acts of terrorism. And because I did not find a lot of literature on this, specifically contemplating upon the contours of extradition with respect to acts of terrorism, this is like one of the major motivations behind me writing this particular paper. So extradition, as we all understand it, entails a process of two nations, wherein one state is, of course, the requesting party, and the other is the state of refuge, wherein the individual or group of individuals that have been suspected of certain acts, which in this case, for the purposes of my paper, is limited to that of terrorism, are involved, and the requesting party essentially entreats the state of refuge to accept their request and to hand over the suspected offender or the offender who is known to have committed that particular act to their territories. And where is this procedure, where is this concept of extradition even coming from? So it's from a very important fundamental principle of public international law, which is that of ordre and ordre judicare, which means that there is an obligation upon states to either prosecute that particular offender or suspect, or to hand it over to the state that has requested for their extradition. And while we can look at what extradition is, it's also important to look at the second facet of the element that I'm contextualizing the process of extradition to, is that of terrorism. So often we see terrorism as an act of violent aggression, something that is intended to inflict injuries and to propagandize a particular cause and to instill fear in the minds of the populations of multiple jurisdictions, or maybe a set population in one jurisdiction. And across history, we can see that there have been state and private entities that have resorted to the utilization of terrorist acts to evoke dismay and chaos within the territory of their home country, and even other countries wherein they want to instill fear in that population and have this particular cause popularized. And often these acts are deployed as torture devices to target the citizens of their home countries and foreign countries, and to sort of evoke certain favors from the government or public agencies of the particular jurisdictions whose citizens are impacted as a result of the terrorist acts. But this kind of conversation was not largely dominant in international discourse until the September 11 terrorist attacks that happened against the United States of America in 2001. And it's after this that we can see a drastic increase in literature and steps that are taken across jurisdictions to actually define at least the broad elements of what terrorism is, and the kind of steps that can be taken both domestically and through international fora to address this problem. So chiefly, under the United Nations model law on extradition, these elements of terrorism are defined, which is that there is an objective component, which is, of course, there is a criminal offense at a mass scale. So often it's a cross-border crime. It's not really limited to the citizens of one particular jurisdiction. And then there is a subjective component, which can differ from each act of terrorism. It could be different motives that are encouraging people to, in fact, undertake acts of terrorism and violence against populations. So for the purpose of this presentation, now that I've cleared out the fundamentals of extradition and terrorism itself, and the purpose which inspired me to write this paper in the first place, is firstly I will look at what is the Indian legal framework which actually supervises the process of extradition, and the kind of treaties that India has ratified as international law instruments that it can fall back upon, wherein there is no explicit arrangement between India and another country that engages in a process of extradition. Then, of course, I've looked at extradition in systems like the European Union, Singapore, and South Africa. And I've tried to contextualize all these three jurisdictions within the 5 theories of jurisdiction by Professor Bassiouni, who's often touted as the godfather of international criminal law. And lastly, I have looked at certain policy recommendations, which are generally, like my reference in this paper is to situations where states like India are faced with requests of extradition by multiple states for the same individual or more than one individual. But of course, they are also extrapolable to novel instances of extradition wherein it's only between 2 states, the state of refuge and the requesting party. So in India, we chiefly have the Extradition Act of 1962. And while there are no procedural elaborations upon what extradition as a process would entail, what an extradition offense is has been defined under Section 2C of the Act. And it defines extradition offense as, in relation to a foreign state being a treaty state, an offense provided for in the extradition treaty with that state, which basically would mean, for example, like India and the US have entered into an extradition treaty. So with respect to that, if there is the question of an extradition of an individual involved, then Clause 1 of Section C would be applicable. And then there is a second part wherein there is no treaty as such, but there is an arrangement that has been put into place because the need arose for that to be there in between the 2 nations. And under Section 31(2) and Entry 13 of the Schedule to the Act, there are certain there are certain delineations of exceptions that have been carved for offenses that cannot be like subjected to extradition. And one of them is the exception of political offenses, which I will not go into a lot of detail in this paper. But again, it's important to flag that here because it has been a controversial exemption for offenders or suspects which are said to have committed terrorism. But because they are said to be political offenders, they are often like removed from the ambit of extradition itself. The question does not arise in the first place. But in entry 13 of the schedule to the Extradition Act of 1962, it's very clear that terrorism is one of the grounds for which extradition in India can be undertaken. Then, of course, it's important to note that there are 48 countries, which include a lot of common law countries like the US, UK, Saudi Arabia, which have forged extradition treaties with India. And then there are extradition agreements with 12 countries, which include the likes of Singapore, Sri Lanka. So in the event that a situation arises where India places a request for the extradition of an offender or acts as the requesting state with respect to the extradition of an individual from another state, and there is no treaty or arrangement to govern the same, then the clause 4 of section 3 of the Act states that any common convention or treaty that both the parties are signatories to will then govern the process of extradition between them. And then, of course, there are international legal instruments that India has ratified, but has not really truly incorporated in their true essence into its domestic law, which deal with extradition. The first is the United Nations International Convention for the Suppression of Terrorist Bombings, 1997. This came into particular light after the bombings in Bombay in 1993. Then there is the United Nations Model Law in Extradition, which specifically charts out the contours and the principles that should underlie any process of extradition that happens in India and other like member states of the UN. Then there is the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which is not so much pertinent to extradition itself, but it contextualizes corruption as one of the causes for which, as one of the leading causes for because of which terrorism can be propagated and thereafter extradition can be undertaken. And then there is the United Nations Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime, which is also relevant in this regard. Now, this is chiefly the kind of framework that we have in India. And now I would like to move on to the jurisdictions that I had listed before, which is that of the European Union, Singapore, and South Africa. But before I look into the specifics of these jurisdictions, it's important to just grasp the particulars of the 5 theories of jurisdiction that are relevant in this regard. The first is the active personality or nationality theory, which is more focused on the accused, which may be the known offender or the suspected offender in terms of the terrorist acts having been committed. Then there is the passive personality theory, which basically means and is also in line with what was flagged by Professor Ranjan while he was giving his talk on lawfare, that often when a terrorist act is propagated against the citizens of one country in another jurisdiction, then it is legitimate and justified for that state to undertake measures to give recourse to those citizens, given that they're not in their territories. But since we are locating this theory with the identity of the victims, that particular state, which is the parent state of those victims, has all rights to actually undertake measures against that suspected offender or group of offenders. Then there is the protective safeguarded interest theory, which is an extrapolation of the passive personality theory. And it only differs in it with regards to that there are certain safeguards or limitations to the kind of actions that states can take against propagators of terrorism in another jurisdiction. Then there is the territoriality theory, wherein anything that happens within the expanses, the geographical expanses of a country will chiefly be dealt with by that country through their own legal frameworks. And then, of course, is the universality theory. This in particular is most interesting and diverges from its 4 predecessors because it does not focus on the identity of the victims or the accused, but rather on the substantive character of the offense involved. So if, and say, it's a crime against humanity or terrorism that has been propagated at a large level and has impacted the citizens of several countries. And for an example of that, we can perhaps take the bombing of the Pan Am in 1985 at the instance of the supporters of the Khalistani movement, wherein a lot of citizens were impacted across USA, UK, and even India. Such a situation would warrant the application of this theory because it's focusing more on the offense, and because it happened over an airspace which cannot really be claimed by any of the jurisdictions involved. This kind of theory would find application in that, and it's chiefly interesting for that particular reason. In the European Union itself, we can see this divergence from the territoriality framework to more of a regional universality, because previously there were conventions and treaties between individual states of the European Union, wherein they entered into those treaties and executed the extradition accordingly. But as I said, that after the September 11 terrorist attacks against the USA, there was a lot of impetus in actually trying to bring swift justice to the victims and to sort of satiate this public anger, this chaos that had arisen after those attacks. So the framework decision on the European arrest warrant came soon after these terrorist attacks, and this facilitated the streamlining of the extradition procedures. So under this, the arrest warrant is issued, and no specific domestic procedures have to be undertaken by the countries that are looking for the individual to be extradited, either from their states or wanting to have that particular individual extradited to their territories. But another problem with this is that, of course, it sort of compromises with the procedural rights of the individuals that are involved, because while we are taking care of administrative costs and reducing the time that is undertaken in the prosecution of the individuals, we're not really looking into account whether or not the individual even consented for the extradition to be undertaken in the first place, which again diverges a lot from what IL principles generally envisage. And then there is the extradition in Singapore, which is chiefly a mixture of the active nationality theory and the territoriality theory. And an interesting part to note in Singapore is that unlike a lot of the countries like India, South Africa, there's not one single framework which governs this. There are multiple acts. So there is a Terrorism of Suppression of Financing Act of 2002. There is a Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act. And of course, being that Singapore has ratified the UN Convention for the Suppression of Financing of Terrorism, all of these in concomitance govern the process of extradition wherein Singapore is involved. An important point to note here is that because there are a lot of similarities between the penal frameworks of India and Singapore, we can see that the process of extradition and its procedural peculiarities have not been elaborated upon in both the Singaporean Extradition Act of 1968 and the Indian Extradition Act of 1962. But one difference that emerges here is that Singapore actually identifies extraterritoriality as a principle that will govern its extradition. So even if there is a territory which is not really under the direct control of Singapore, this act purports that if there is harm to Singaporean citizens involved, that the state will in fact intervene and will take adequate measures to address whatever threat is being posed to its citizens. And this is also in direct conflict with the United Nations model law, because it categorically excludes extraterritoriality under Article 14 as not a principle that should govern extradition in any case, but Singapore has this particular mention in its act. And then there is extradition in South Africa, wherein again there is a concomitance of 3 to 4 acts, being the Extradition Act of 1962, the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, and the International Cooperation in Criminal Matters Act of 1996. Apart from this, of course, there are procedures wherein the president in itself can grant approbation for surrendering a suspect or offender to a requesting party. And there are certain states that he himself can identify through which South Africa will actually enter into an extradition arrangement with. So that is something that can be done. But from all of these things, we can see that while the core remains the same, that there is an obligation of prosecuting or extraditing individuals, there is still a lot of differences in that there are procedural difficulties that arise. There's a principle of extraterritoriality identified in Singapore, but the same is not the case in South Africa, the same is not the case in India. And although they are member nations of the UN, there is no balancing of the procedural rights of people that are accused of an act as grave as that of terrorism, and the minimization of administrative costs that arise in undertaking extradition itself. And it is for this purpose that I actually looked at the theory of the principled core of criminal law, which again is in alignment with the elements of double criminality and other procedural rights that are envisaged under the UN model law on extradition. So there are 4 principles which I'm sure every one of us here have also read through in criminal law and have been able to locate even under the ICC statute from Articles 22 to 33. So the first one of these principles is that criminal law should be utilized only for the sanctioning of substantial offenses, and these serious wrongdoings must possess such social significance that their occurrence ought to be diminished. So unless and until the act of terrorism in itself has been identified as something that has shocked the conscience of the public that is involved or impacted by it, it would not really be advisable to undertake extradition and thereafter, like maybe even opt something like the death penalty for the offender. Then there is a second principle which pertains to the doctrines of proportionality and equal treatment, is that criminal law should follow both of them. And the domestic frameworks that are in place for countries that have extradition as a tool to tackle terrorism offenses, they should keep these in mind, that you are not depriving those offenders, whether or not they are convicted or they are only suspects, of the procedural safeguards of having a full and fair trial, which is something which often happens and is a problem with a lot of extradition processes, not just in India, but across jurisdictions like the European Union, even the USA, and so forth. And these procedural safeguards, as is also importantly highlighted in Principle 3, has to be viewed as an inalienable component of criminal procedure. So if a new offense is created within, say, the ambit of terrorism, if India today, the parliament was to sit and legislate upon this and was to create a particular aspect of a terrorist offense, then it has to also raise the kind of procedural safeguards in response to the severity of the offense. Because when you are in fact accusing a person of this offense and are trying to get them extradited, then you have to keep in mind that a life hangs in the balance and that you cannot misappropriate criminal law remedies to simply satiate public anger and to evade actual responsibility for holding the true offenders liable in such instances. And then, of course, the last principle is very similar to 2, wherein that any kind of sentencing that is done in terms of punishment should be in proportion to the severity of the offense. So let's take an instance of state X that has been approached by both states A and B for the extradition of an individual that has been accused of bombing up public spaces that has been accused of bombing a public space in state X. And now out of these 3 states, state X is of course the state of refuge because the particular individual has taken refuge in the territory of this particular jurisdiction, while state A is making their claims that a large number of our citizens have also been impacted in the bombing of that particular public space, and we want this person to be extradited. However, the thing is that for their particular jurisdiction, there are no full fair trials. There is only the provision of a summary trials, at the end of which the person will be conclusively accorded the death penalty. So there is no even alternate provision of, say, life imprisonment or acquittal. It's just a direct result that will operate at the end of the procedure in country A. And then there is country B, which does in fact envisage full free trials, does not really impinge upon the procedural rights of people that are accused of terrorist offenses, and only has a lifetime imprisonment as the maximum penalty that is accorded at the end of such a trial if the person is found to be guilty of the acts that they are accused of. So in such a case, the state, instead of merely refusing or accepting these requests by some random reasons, they should actually look into considerations of international criminal law, international human rights law, and the model law on extradition itself. They should look at these principles, and after an analysis of these principles and juxtaposing them with the requests that have been made by both the states, they should then take a decision. And ideally, an application of these principles would lead them to the conclusion that it is in fact state B, or the one which has a fairer way of undertaking trials for such individuals, is the right place to go. And with regards to this, I want to bring forth the example of the extradition of Abu Salem. So this was a huge contention which happened in the early 2000s, where it was said that this particular individual had fled to Lisbon in Portugal. And there was a lot of back and forth between the governments of Portugal and India with regards to their extradition. And there was also conflicting judgments that were coming from the Supreme Court of Justice at Portugal and the Supreme Court of India. So in such an instance when there is a lot of contradiction that is arising, and it can have a lot of negative impacts on the international relations that India shares with countries like Portugal. It could be any country involved for that matter. But in this particular instance, it was Portugal. And Portugal had extradited Abu Salem back to India only on the condition that they would not be accorded the death penalty. But of course, the courts here, when they actually took forward the offense, certain other allegations were also leveled against them. And there were chances that under the Extradition Act, read with the TADA, the death penalty would in fact be likely administered to them. And in such a case, there a huge fight, almost a diplomatic fight ensued between the two governments and the Supreme Courts of the two, that this is simply something that cannot be done because it was in good faith that Portugal actually extradited this individual back to India, and undertaking something in clear violation of the treaty that exists between Portugal and India would be problematic. So in order to better co-opt the language of international law and to also gain trust amongst its peers, which would then obviously be reciprocated by them in instances wherein India becomes a requesting party, it is important for India to follow such an approach of the principal core to make all of its domestic laws, such as the Extradition Act, in alignment with the UN model law, so that not only is India having a more legitimate backing to the kind of decisions it takes, to the kind of extradition requests it makes and accepts, it will also be helpful in the long run when, say, there are individuals that are suspected of terrorism or are convicted offenders that have fled from India. It would culminate in the reciprocation of the same kind of trust and legal comity from their sides. So this is exactly why, and of course, a lot of this has persuasive value. Ultimately, it depends on what the nations in their own jurisdictions will do. But since Professor Ranjan had also highlighted, and it's important that taking a stance is very important, as this would not only consolidate India's position as a party that has clearly consolidated with the considerations of procedural fairness, procedural rights in accordance with international law that have in themselves derived out of state practice, it will also be beneficial for India in the long run, and it will also give a lot of voice and credence to decisions that are then taken by countries often touted as in the third world, which lack resources, which do not have that kind of pull on international fora. So it is for these reasons that I suggested this particular recommendation, and that concludes my paper.
Thanks so much. Any questions for Avantika? If none, maybe I'll just take two quickly. One is, again, a methods question, and I'm curious as to why Singapore, EU, and South Africa, and what's the basis to only pick on these as kind of comparators in some sense, because you're adopting some form of comparative methodology. Do you want me to take one question at a time, or would you be okay if I sort of rattle out both? And
I think I'll answer one question at a time. That would be better for everyone's clarity as well. Right. So I briefly mentioned this while I was commencing my presentation. The reason for taking these jurisdictions is to tap into the continental approaches that are often seen in extradition with respect to acts of terrorism. So we can see this approach of regional universality in the European Union. Then for Singapore, because it is an Asian superpower and it has similar penal frameworks to India, I thought it would be a good comparator to see if we have in fact done something better if compared to Singapore, or is Singapore doing something more efficient, that is governing its extradition processes. And as far as South Africa is concerned, it's in a very interesting position, as it is technically geographically located in the fourth world, but it's often also seen as more closely aligned with the socioeconomic conditions of the West. So these three conditions, and the fact that two of them are common law countries and have this legal basis for comparison with India, I thought it would be interesting to look at the three. They have different approaches and they share some similarities with India. So they served as good targets for a juxtaposition with the Indian framework of extradition.
No, I understand the common law framework and their similarities. I wonder if because you say like power is also a metric that you're looking at. So I was curious in terms of why this, and also because you were also projecting them as continental representatives of some kind. So that was also the reason for the curiosity, so to say. But let me just come to the second question, which is also, I know you put some fetters on this issue of satiating public anger and something like shocking consciousness. The concern with extraditions, or at least on certain issues, particularly with terrorism, one, I feel that with terrorism, we have a closer definition or a workable idea with respect to what's a terrorist act as opposed to what is terrorism. But even if, say, for instance, we have to operate with the idea that we are working with the definition or some sort of a clarity around terrorist act, the concern with the satiating public anger and shocking conscience test sometimes could lead to something that maybe Hannah Arendt sort of talks about with the Eichmann trials, which was, of course, there was this reason, this person had to be brought to the territory of Israel from the South American belt. It was picked up, whatever way, that's not something that we are going to talk about, but a lot of concerns, at least around the legitimacy of the trial, around these issues also come up. So I wonder whether you've also been thinking about this as a question. Of course, whether the state should be looking at terrorism offenses and should be trying it is one question, but also there are, with such emotive issues, do you think maybe a more neutral standing body is more equipped to handle this sort of a dispute or an issue?
Right, so I completely agree, and I think you gave a very pertinent illustration of the Eichmann trials, wherein one issue was that this particular individual understood only one language while the court proceedings happened in another, which is a grave violation of procedural right. If you don't even understand the kind of accusations that are being laid upon you, you cannot effectively provide a defense. So I think a more neutral body would be better equipped to deal with such instances. And my point of mentioning public conscience was not to delineate it as a test, because it has its own problems. We saw that in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks in the USA, wherein a lot of people of color and from other jurisdictions, particularly like Asia, were ill-treated. They were completely deprived of any chances in terms of the law of procedure to defend themselves. They were automatically labeled as terrorists, called as such, and that was definitely something that was completely unacceptable, and which is why having a shock to the public consciousness as a test is not something I advocate for. I think I might have mentioned it while I was looking at something that is defined as a terrorist act itself. So I think your point on defining terrorist act versus terrorism is also well taken. I completely agree with that. And the test that I would suggest is fairly broad. It should not be constricted, because then again, countries will never even agree to one linear definition that this is the kind of offense that we were looking at. It's better to have it broad, not make it contingent on things which are very subjective and can lead to the complete deprivation of procedural rights and fairness for the accused in this case, which would be shock to the public conscience. I do not advocate for that as a test, for sure.
No, these interventions are useful, and thank you. It was a very fascinating. I was actually also really looking forward to hearing you on extradition. With that, I think we do come to a close. I have 4 takeaways, so to say, and I'll probably wrap it up in very little time. One, that the first takeaway, that I'm a terrible moderator who's had no control over the length of the session and have just completely been so bowled over by whatever everybody's been talking about that we didn't really keep tab of time. Somewhere in between, I told Abhijit, weren't you supposed to keep tab on time? And we just realized that we hadn't done that. The second takeaway was Prabhash Ranjan was very genuinely missed throughout the session, and we were wondering if that's something that you may want to sort of keep in mind. On another lighter note, probably Ahan did compliment everybody's role, barring mine, but maybe that's connected to the first takeaway that I did a really bad job of moderating it. The last, of course, these 4 takeaways, as you can realize, are not necessarily the most serious, and I'll come to the most serious ones in a moment. The last bit is I don't know how to sort of take it, that a question on security, defense, and national interest or strategic interest for that matter had the maximum number of speakers in the session so far. That's like 6 people as compared to a combined human rights session which focuses on the individual, which had probably 5. I mean, if I'm taking both together. And a more sort of economic law bent, which has 4. So I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing that this sort of generates so much. But nevertheless, I think I had a fantastic time today. I think to some extent I did overcome several hesitations that I personally had about what do we mean by making international law relevant. I do feel that there's a lot of learning that we can all collectively do in terms of a central question that I again began with as to whose defense, whose strategy, whose security interest, because sometimes as scholars making a responsible argument, we need to be very mindful that state is also a very plural entity, and that's something that kind of connected to several of my suggestions that I've been sort of talking about from the beginning, that it consists of individuals, entities, everybody of different persuasions. So is that interest sort of like when we even talk about the state's interest or national interest or India's interest as such, it's very important for us to maybe sort of give a little bit of responsible reflection around whose interest is that we sort of speak about. But thank you so much. And congratulations to all the speakers. Fantastic presentations. I learned a lot. I don't think I would have done such a good job of sort of listing things down considering, if I were to see myself in law school. So big congratulations on that. And thank you so much for having me. And yeah, sincere apologies again to Pushkar. I've just overshot. Maybe finished your session as well? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Just a final word from me. Thank you once again, Professor Aman, and I take personal responsibility for all of this delay. So I suppose that's another aspect of hosting a conference for the first time, that we are also learning how to anticipate things better. So to all 4 speakers who are going to now take the stage, my apologies to Pushkar as well for you having to stay on Jindal campus longer. And yeah, thank you so much to all of you who kept patiently asking questions to our speakers, who kept engaging, and for you to speak for so long. It's been a 3-hour-long conference. I'm sure you have not attended classes that were that long. So it means the world to us that you joined, that you stayed, that you clapped for everybody. And all I can say is that we are now going to have a 5-minute break before the next panel. So please breathe, walk around, and drink water. Have some coffee possibly. And yeah, thank you so much again, Professor Aman. Hopefully we can take a picture with you now, and then you can leave. Thank you also to the AV team for just being patient. Yeah. yours whose panel has been delayed by over an hour. Once again, I am really sorry and thanks for sticking around. To my unpaid team who is also still here, thank you to you as well. And to Pushkar, who is the moderator for our fourth panel and the final panel for this conference on making international law relevant, promises and challenges for India. This panel will focus on trade law, investment, and arbitration. So essentially the economic law side of this conference. And we are more than delighted to have with us Mr. Pushkar Reddy. And I say this not only because of his expertise in the areas that you will be discussing today, but also because he is the founder and the director, the original director of the Jindal Forum for International and Economic Laws. So the blog was founded in 2020 by him and Mahima Balaji, a professor now at Jindal who joined us yesterday. And these two are the reason why all of us are here in the first place. So for that, many thanks to you. Pushkar, right now, after his graduation, has since been working with the Center for Trade and Investment Law. He is working under Professor James Nidambara, who is also a highly sought after researcher, faculty, and leader in trade law practice in India. So there's no one better to be here and to grace this occasion than him. Just for housekeeping, in this instance, unlike in the previous panel, we will be timekeeping. So Shivjit, who is sitting here, will simply hold out a card saying 5 minutes when you have 5 minutes left. Of course, if your presentation so demands, you can speak for longer. This is just to give you an indication of when time is running low so that you can plan your presentation accordingly. Again, you will be able to speak for longer if the need arises. Thank you once again for staying, and Pushkar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Abhijit. And that was really high praise. Unfortunately, I had very little to do with this conference. I'm glad he brought up the fact that me and Mahima had started the JFIL in 2020. Because when we started, we had no idea it would grow to this size. We started it out because we honestly were really bored. Because it was COVID and we were in our final year. We had too much time on our hands. And we were a little nerdy as well. So we decided to start an international law legal forum. And we just wanted a space where we can publish our articles and also have a space for, well, at the time it was primarily for Jindal students to publish their international law papers as well. So as time grew, we got more contributions, some of them also from Abhijit here. And then we realized that we had to grow our team. So we did. Abhijit was one of the few people that we had first started off with. And now Abhijit has also organized this entire symposium, and it's been quite wonderfully planned, I have to say. And I just saw the panel as well, some of the distinguished speakers that came, and it's quite commendable. So I'm really excited to see where it's at right now, and I'm really, really excited to see where it's about to go in the future as well. So, and understand that Abhijit also got into Oxford and Cambridge. So after that, we'll need to see. I will also have to see who will lead it next, and seeing how it's been going so far, I have absolutely no issues with it, and I'm really proud of where it is. With that being said, now I'm here in two capacities as a director as well as a panelist. So I would like to invite, so who will be starting it? Is it Kshitij? Yes. Okay. I'd like to invite Kshitij first to start out his presentation. So I think Abhijit already mentioned the ground rules. So 15 minutes to each speaker. We will have questions after the presentation. I'd like to keep the questions to about 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, ideally. I would limit the number of questions as well. Okay. So I've gone through the papers. They're really exciting. So I hope you all are excited as well. Okay. Go ahead, Satish. I think it's better if you do, because some people have joined online. Yeah, they can't hear it.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Kshitij Sherawat, and I'm currently a 5th-year law student at OB Jindal Global University. Today I will be presenting on the topic of the new age of commercial dispute resolution. As the legal landscape continues to evolve, traditional methods of resolving disputes may not always be sufficient. Therefore, it is crucial to explore new more efficient, and effective ways to address legal conflicts. In this presentation, I will discuss various emerging forms of dispute resolution, and I will introduce many of you to the concept of oracles. The principle of party autonomy is the overarching concept for delocalization. Delocalization refers to the dissociation of international commercial arbitration process from the national procedural laws. One of the top concerns in arbitration is the enforcement of arbitral awards by national courts and the powers they hold to set aside arbitration outcomes resulting from delocalized arbitrations. These issues are particularly pressing, and their resolution is crucial to ensure the effectiveness and reliability of the arbitration process. This paper seeks to argue that parties should be free to waive some legal protection mechanisms of the substantive law where the arbitration will take place, and there should be no barrier to that choice. Delocalization has the ability to permit the parties to become more independent of local and national legal systems by ignoring procedural legal safeguards. The idea of delocalization came from the autonomous theory, which claims that international commercial arbitration process doesn't belong to any one country. The theory of delocalization emerged as international contracting parties often felt the need for a neutral seat, since there was an imminent concern regarding enforcement due to clashes in domestic legislation. Blockchains have the ability to reconstruct society by eliminating middlemen such as banks, courts, government registries, or any other trusted authority. Blockchains popularized by S. Nakamoto are public distributed ledgers. In the blockchain, each block has a timestamp and a link to a preceding block. Blockchains are decentralized, unchangeable, and anonymous because they rely on encryption and consensus-based methods. Blockchains may have a greater application than only being used as a platform for cryptocurrency transactions. Blockchain may be used for deploying smart contracts, which are described as agreed upon terms enciphered in code and executed with minimum human involvement. It is one of the most important applications of blockchain technology, which can be facilitated by oracles. Oracles are third-party services that will provide smart contracts with external information, bridging the smart contract to the external world. Oracles will thus trigger one of the events coded in the smart contract, which will produce effects accordingly. Oracles are one approach to change and interact with smart contracts. But just like any other agreement, numerous disputes may arise in its application. In smart contract conflicts, national courts will struggle to determine competent jurisdiction and the appropriate applicable national law. Hence, smart contracts necessitates a new legal perspective. It is critical to recognize that the fourth industrial revolution will bring about systemic change across a wide range of industries and facets of human life. The cross-cutting effects of coming technologies will be even more significant than the exciting potential they represent. Technologies such as blockchain, smart devices, and augmented reality are redefining and blurring the boundaries between the digital and physical worlds. The perception that new technologies are being developed and implemented at a rapid pace impacts human identities, social groups, and political institutions. It is in my opinion that it remains imperative for at least the next decade that we respect the sovereignty of nations, as it is known to be difficult for humans to give up regional authority over law and public policy. Despite the potential benefits of smart contracts and blockchain technology, the legal community should exercise some caution in implementing them. To achieve the idea of decentralized arbitration, two major hurdles need to be addressed: conflict of jurisdiction and conflict of laws. The research paper examined the dual effects that smart contracts and blockchain technology have on settlement of legal disputes. This technology allows private parties to create self-enforcing arbitration systems that sidestep the recognition and enforcement procedures via which state courts have historically exercised some control over arbitration. Due to this trend, arbitration may one day be able to function independently of state courts. The argument against the adoption and enforcement of awards, in many cases, have presented significant jurisdictional problems, especially given the blockchain's decentralized character and the territorial methodology used to assign jurisdiction amongst national courts. Delocalized arbitration is a need in the current times, since e-arbitration and other types of technologically enhanced arbitration have gained much prominence. Arbitral proceedings are subject to a great deal of discussion as to whether or not the court should have any role in them, and to what degree. Although judicial review of arbitral decisions is essential, the party should not be permitted to return to the location of arbitration in order to contest an award where the place of jurisdiction had no role to play in the arbitral procedure in the first place. The arbitral The arbitral seat is typically chosen for its neutrality and lack of connection to the substantive or procedural legislation. All of this emphasizes the value of decentralized arbitration and what could be achieved if blockchain platforms and third-party oracles are able to address these issues. Local laws and jurisdictions are often ill-equipped to deal with the complexities of international business arbitration. Thus, imposing these norms on the parties would be unreasonable. Arbitration has been successful in settling international conflicts due to its autonomy and self-regulation. Allowing national courts to frequently interfere in this process will undermine the efficacy of international commercial arbitration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really brief. I'm very happy about that. Are there any questions from the audience? Please.
Yeah, so I have two questions. First is that arbitration is already privy to party autonomy. Parties are the ones deciding the entire agreement, the seat, venue, everything. So what does delocalization then mean in that context? Because my limited understanding from what you presented was very, like, those two things were conflated. So I'm confused as to what it adds. And second question is, elimination of courts, how would that impact enforcement of arbitral awards? Because then that becomes an issue, right, if we eliminate courts altogether. Yeah.
So, to your first question, the decentralized part is affected in two ways. First, that blockchains don't have any actual place as such, because it is divided all across the globe. So in some cases you're able to create a connection between the two parties, or between the contract and the wait, let me go back. So sometimes there is a connection between the place and where the contract is performed, and the negotiation stages are also taken in connection to the contract. So sometimes those parameters are used to create a link between the place where the arbitral proceedings will take place, and sometimes there is an issue that arises between the venue and the seat. So in this case, there will be no venue. You can still assign a seat, but even for that seat, the procedural or the substantive laws of that national court will not be taken into consideration, which sometimes are taken into consideration. And the judges and the arbitrators will be chosen by the contracting parties, and it will have nothing to do with any national court. And could you please repeat your second question?
My second question was just regards to enforcement of arbitral awards if we eliminate the role of courts altogether.
So it will be similar to what the case is right now, but just understanding that traditional courts don't have, traditional judges don't have the capacity to understand the technologically enhanced smart contracts. And sometimes smart contracts will have clauses which are self-implementing. So you don't need human involvement in it. So questions regarding those enforcements and like the part of the contract which are initiated automatically will not be understood by traditional judges.
I had a question on the similar point as to what Tamana raised as to the intervention of court. I just wanted to know your understanding as to how it differs from the current situation. As from my understanding, even in the current situation, court intervention is only allowed in particular cases, while the framing of those particular issues might have been broad enough to argue inclusion of a lot of several sub-issues, but that's a different discussion, I suppose. But the general principle is that the court does not intervene unless for a very specified reason. So is your argument that because it's technically nuanced, we don't trust the judges to know so much
So
technical?
at the same time, in any arbitration process, the substantive law only takes place when there is a problem with the public policy aspect.
Yeah.
And it has not been defined what can be taken into public policy and what is not part of it. So at many instances, judges have overruled certain arbitration judgments, and they've just set aside the entire arbitration, and you have to start over the process from the very starting.
It's just a comment in the paper. I feel first when you mentioned delocalized arbitration, the first thought that came into my mind was, is it setting up of institutions which do not necessarily being governed by any body? But then again, reflecting back on the performance of, let's say, an ICSID organization or even a permanent court of arbitration, these are all delocalized parties. They have a separate list of arbitrators in their docket, and they appointed based on their performances in the international law forums. So, in a sense, there may be categories of arbitral centers that perform in a manner to link it with the substantive laws of the nations, but essentially the larger institutions which are performing these activities are delocalized.
Yeah, I agree to that part, and I was just adding to the same concept that we can have smart contracts and oracles, part of the same institutions, and which can actually enhance the current arbitration procedure.
But that brings me to a question, if the moderator, if we keep evolving in separate arbitration field for every specific sector, then wouldn't that exclude more or less every arbitration from, say, center-related dispute resolutions? So what I'm getting at...
So for that aspect, so some of the parts which cannot be arbitrated outside national courts are criminal cases. So this is essentially for the commercial disputes, wherein you will find that it is more expensive to approach the court and to get through the entire procedure. Instead, you could always approach for a smart contract, which will automatically initiate whatever was needed, and the other party cannot really back off at the last moment.
Thank you, Satish. So, sorry, please.
Yeah, hi, thank you for your presentation. The idea of delocalization, again, commercially seems very, very viable because there are, again, a lot of concerns raised about the effectiveness of decision making and the efficiency of certain processes which are connected to states. But then again, and I don't know if you've already addressed this, with smart contracts and blockchain arbitration, at least my only reference point is the system that Kleros has evolved, where you have different participants who are not necessarily judges per se, but they are selected, and essentially the verdict is self-executing, where the decision in favor of one party means that a certain sum of money that's already put forward prior to the hearing is then just transferred to the one party. My question comes back to the public policy element, and I'm sorry if that's been addressed before, but could you elaborate a bit more on how considerations of public policy, or let's say due process norms, may still have some sort of bearing on this kind of delocalized arbitration as well? Because certain tangible outcomes will extend beyond a certain business and its commercial effect towards how states also exercise their regulatory power. So how do we sort of balance that issue? And how exactly does that play out in your imagination?
So I brought the problem of public policy up because I was presenting a case earlier about saw pipes. And in that case, the case started off in 2006. And it went on for good 12 years. And the Supreme Court went both sides. First, initially it said that it's fine and you can't really overrule it. But then in the later stages, the Supreme Court came to the conclusion that you can actually overrule any arbitration judgment based on the aspect of public policy. And public policy of every country changes over a period of time as new people come in and they take the reins. So in that aspect, public policy is not defined for any country as such. So it keeps evolving.
Any more questions? Okay. So just to respond to everyone who's raised a question, I think everyone has raised an interesting question, but perhaps I think a better way to sort of present this paper is in terms of specifying when this applies, and that will respond to everyone's question, is it applies to two parties who have a smart contract, who wish to remain anonymous, who do not wish to disclose their country of origin, and the subject matter of the contract deals with a non-physical asset, which is usually linked to the blockchain. So if you look at it in those specific set of factual scenarios, then technically there shouldn't be a physical venue or a seat of arbitration, because it becomes very difficult to really trace who should have jurisdiction. And these parties, private parties, we're assuming that no state would get involved in it. I'm hoping that's the case, in which case public policy would ideally not be the case. So I think this idea is really interesting. I think the implications of the potential of blockchain is tremendous. We need to see where it will go in the future. So in terms of trade, I'll always come back to trade, unfortunately. I hope that doesn't frustrate anyone. There's this wonderful paper by Emanuele Gane. So she's an economic counselor at the WTO. And she talks about the potential of blockchain in trade. So in terms of smart contracts is one of the topics she raises. And if you look at import checks, for instance, a large part of it is based on, while there's a movement towards e-certification, a large part of it is paper-based. So the benefit of smart contracts is once you fulfill certain conditions, when you're at the border, then the consignment can automatically go through. You don't have to wait for someone to approve it. It's in the blockchain, right? So once you fulfill the boxes, you tick the boxes, it's done. So there's no time period. This is really important for, say, consignments with respect to agricultural products. You don't have to wait for it to perish. There are lesser potentials for pests to also infest the consignment or any diseases. So, of course, that's not related to your topic because you're dealing with a non-physical asset altogether. Imagine an NFT. If I want to buy property next to Snoop Dogg's mansion, where do I raise the case? So it's really, I think the potential here is, like I said, tremendous. But like I said, you need to specify these facts. And I understand it might be difficult to raise an example where an e-arbitration has been raised with respect to a smart contract, which is linked to the blockchain, because there's a number of very specific scenarios. But I think it can contribute to the scholarship, and I'm really glad that you wrote about this. So if you wish to ask me any questions on my comments, please.
At this point, it is also possible that you buy an NFT for a property, which gives you the right over the property as a non-fungible token. So it is possible to own physical assets and pass them off as NFTs and then sell them.
See, the issue is, like I said, the reason why I specify that has to be a non-physical asset, because once you do that, then you have a seat of arbitration.
Yeah.
And then you need a court to...
So in those cases, jurisdiction is a problem.
Yeah, and then you need a court to enforce that award.
Yeah.
If it's with respect to a non-physical asset, technically speaking, no court can interfere with the smart contract itself. Once it's enforced. No one can interfere with it. The assets and the currency and the money is all in the digital world. The oracle has full control over it, but you don't know who the oracle is. Yeah. There's a lot of potential for abuse, I admit, but then it's so specific that it's unlikely that there will be policy implications. It will be between two parties who wish to protect their privacy, right? So...
You when this contract is between two parties which are not willing to disclose their nation, being anonymous, I think in India's perspective, it will come under direct conflict with their policy, because they're trying to derive, let's say, cryptocurrency. They're trying to derive it under PMLA. So that way, I'm looking at it as a public policy matter.
Absolutely. I think you have a point there, but in terms of, it has to be two willing parties who have the means to do it, right? And in terms of the arbitration clause as well, it would have to be clearly mentioned in the contract itself. The thing is, you can't change the terms of a smart contract. And if you aren't disclosing who the oracle is, then it becomes difficult to do that. It's an interesting concern, and it's valid as well. In terms of the legal validity of a cryptocurrency, can you approach a court to ensure that you receive the assets from a cryptocurrency? I'm asking you, can you approach a court if you haven't received, if someone else has stolen your cryptocurrencies? Exactly. Same with here. So we'll see, maybe. You can provide the answer. So the next speaker is Muskan Agarwal. Yes.
Good evening. My name is Muskan. I'm a second-year law student at Jindal Global Law School. In this paper, I will speak about the various bilateral investment treaties and the challenges in the enforcement of those foreign arbitral awards arising out of the dispute of bilateral investment treaties. So bilateral investment treaties are international agreements establishes terms and conditions for private investments by nations and companies of one country to the other. Now, bilateral investment treaties and foreign direct investments has the capacity to increase the economic growth of a country. However, with FDIs and VITs, arbitration proceedings often follow suit. One of the key tribunals for international arbitration is the ICSID. It is an independent arbitrational body whose award is final and binding on all the parties. However, India is not a signatory to this center, and hence it does not concern with itself the award rendered by the tribunal. However, India is a signatory to the New York Convention and the Geneva Convention. Under the New York Convention, India has availed the reservation of Article 1, Subclause 3 of the Convention, according to which any state which has ratified the New York Convention can restrict its applicability only to the disputes which are commercial in nature, and hence it has been observed that India does not observe FDIs as a commercial dispute. Now we'll look into the first case, that is the White Industries case. This case completely altered the scene of international commercial arbitration. In this case, the clause of the most favored nation and effective means was given importance. In this case, there was a dispute between Coal India, a subsidiary of the Indian government, and White Industries, after which the dispute was taken to the ICC, which rendered the award against Coal India. Coal India did not enforce the award in India, after which the matter was pending in the Supreme Court for 9 years. After that, the White Industries initiated an investment treaty claim against India under the Indian-Australian Bilateral Investment Treaty. During the proceedings, it was also found that India had violated the most favored nation clause. It had also violated the effective means standard and effective means standard. The effective means standard has been borrowed from the Indian-Korean Bilateral Investment Treaty, which guarantees rights to assert claims and enforce rights promised under the treaty, a breach of which gives the investing party a right to arbitrational proceedings. It was also found that India breached Article 5 of the New York Convention, which lays down grounds on which a foreign award can be refused. Due to a lack of strong statutory provisions, White Industries was also able to treaty shop from the India-Kuwait Bilateral Investment Treaty. Treaty shop was a form of tax avoidance wherein White Industries gained an unfair tax advantage. It is pertinent to note that White Industries, that India did not win the arbitration proceedings. It was setback for India because millions of dollars were paid in damages to white industries and other investment proceedings that followed suit, after which India terminated 58 bilateral investment treaties and introduced a new base model in 2016. This model prioritized the foreign state rather than the host investor, wherein India moved from an investor-friendly state to a protectionist model. Now, we'll look into the case of Vodafone and the Cairn Energy. Both of these cases arose from retrospective taxation. Retrospective taxation, as the name suggests, is the tax imposed on past transactions and the revenue that has been gained from it. Vodafone had acquired a majority stake in a telecommunications company in the year 2007. And in the year 2009, Indian government imposed rupees 7,900 crores in taxation out of the said transaction. The matter was taken to the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which ruled that India had violated the FET standard under Article 4, Subclause 1 of the Indian Netherlands BIT and ruled the decision in favor of Vodafone. Similarly, in the case of Cairn Energy, India imposed rupees 1.6 billion USD transaction on the $1.6 billion on Cairn Energy for assets that was acquired by the company in the year 2006. It is important to note that since India was not able to extract the taxes from both these companies, it amended its laws and introduced retrospective taxation in the year 2012. By amending Section 9, Clause 1, Subclause 1 of the Income Tax Act of 1961. The International Arbitration Tribunal held that India had again violated the FET clause and had failed to create a just environment, violating Article 3, Subclause 2 of the BIT between India and UK. In both the cases, PCA ruled that India had violated its BIT clauses by imposing retrospective taxation. This taxation is also looked down upon the UN Commission of International Trade Law. However, after the introduction of the new finance bill in 2021, it has been proposed that retrospective taxation would be amended. That would mean that both Cairn and Vodafone would not have to pay taxes and would not have to pay any taxes that has been imposed on them, and it would also mean that any taxes that had been paid by both Cairn and Vodafone would be returned to them, but without any interest. However, this bill is still on paper and has not been passed yet. Now we look into the case of Antriksh versus Davis. The facts of this case are really important. In this case, Davis, the company had been incorporated just a year ago when the price of S-band spectrum was being sold at throwaway prices. Antriksh, which was the commercial arm of ISRO, had no knowledge that the company had pre-existing knowledge about the commercialization of the S-band spectrum and went ahead with the contract. After being mired into the 2G controversy, the UPA government rescinded the contract, citing force majeure. The annulment of the contract resulted in a loss of worth of around 190 million to Davis, after which 3 separate BIT claims were initiated against India. Davis approached ICC, which stated that Antriksh had breached the contract and directed Antriksh to pay damages for the same. During the same time, it was found by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India that private interests were being promoted at the cost of public interest. It was also found that Davis was incorporated under fraudulent means and in order to gain unfair advantage of the low prices of the S-band spectrum. After this, the Indian government set aside the ICC award, citing national security and public policy. India failed to raise the issue of fraudulent incorporation and corruption at the arbitrational tribunal, even though it was aware that the company was fraudulently incorporated. India has still not raised the issue, which means because it would showcase the poor regulation and governance in the country. Presently, the case is still pending in the Mauritius Supreme Court because Davis has initiated a claim against India under the Mauritius-India BIT. The Supreme Court of Mauritius has imposed injunction on Davis from further arbitration. The ultimate goal served by BIT is using trade and commerce to advance economic growth in countries and ensure unhindered returns to the investors. It is thus argued that investments under BITs are inherently arising out of commercial relationships. The Indian courts should take into account the already established precedent in the Renu Sagar Power Company Limited versus a General Electric Sea and Coach Navigation versus Hindustan Petroleum Corporation, when the Supreme Court of India made it clear that all such activities that arise out of international trade and promotion fall within the ambit of commercial nature. It is also been reiterated in Article 27, Subclause 5 of the Model BIT, the 2016 Model BIT, which states that investments under BIT are commercial in nature, and hence under the New York Convention, it must be enforced in India. It is evident that the commercial disputes are in paper, are in principle, but is not in practice. However, India must put forth a robust regime for the enforcement of international arbitral awards. Otherwise, it will only lead to future proceedings and a loss to the taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Thank you, Muskan. Does anyone have any questions?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I've only recently started interacting with international investment law, and particularly from India's perspective. So this is again a question that's been brought up before in my own conversations with professors and other experts working in the field. But if we're talking about India as a jurisdiction that is, or as a country that is inviting investment, you surely have to create the conditions for investors to feel confident to actually come forward. However, in the 2015 model BIT, the option for an investor to raise a dispute is limited in two ways. First of all, you have to bring claims before domestic courts. And after that, even after you've brought those claims before domestic courts, you have to wait for a period of 5 years before you can serve a notice of arbitration to India for instituting investor-state dispute settlement. So I just wanted to hear from you about whether these measures can in fact inspire confidence among investors and actually draw in investment for India. And if not, what essentially has to change so that India doesn't have very expensive arbitral awards against them, but still manages to draw investors to come and invest in India more freely. Yeah.
Surely the statutory provisions needs to change, because I wasn't aware that we had to wait 5 years before the proceedings could conclude, if that is what you meant. But for that, I believe the statutory provisions needs to be changed. And as mentioned, India, it is the principles, the statutory provisions are in paper, but has not been in practice. So I think that is more of the workings of the code that needs to be looked into, rather than changing the provisions in its entirety. Thank
you. I think to address how you've, the way trade negotiations have taken place, it's rather about the BITs that have taken place. It's more often than not how we've learned that these have been places of photoshops for politicians who are entering. They have not really realized the extent of the nature of the BITs that they've signed until claims have come into picture. And now that the model BIT has come in, we have hardly entered into 2 or maximum 3 trade agreements. So that shows that there's also the bargaining chip in terms of trade that has to be taken into consideration. So that is not left for any one particular thing to change within India. Of course, arbitration is one, international dispute settlement forums is one such thing that is necessary for these things, because India is unsure of which place to trust. It is not part of ICSID nor here, so it's not set up a house itself to protect its interests. So that is another reason why it fails.
I had a very preliminary question. In the general understanding, an investment law dispute is rooted in the particular BIT. It's very, the jurisdiction, what is investment, what is investor, is all stemming from the particular bilateral or multilateral investment treaty in question. So picking up from negotiation, how it's implemented starts way back as to how the BIT is negotiated. So how do you, like, just generally curious as to how the negotiation phase changes with your argument and your paper to accordingly have BITs that probably provides for smoother implementation of the issues that you raised?
I think the arbitrational proceedings are, the international arbitration proceedings are not the concern here. The concern is the enforcement of those awards in Indian courts. The Indian courts believe, in my opinion, in the supremacy of its courts and do not accept the failure if an Indian party loses in the International Arbitration Tribunal and hence does not enforce the said award. So what I understood is it's not about the proceedings, but more about the enforcement of the Indian courts and how corruption and the delay by the Indian courts tend to take the foreign investors a setback before thinking of investing in India.
Yeah, no, my question was how does that play in as a BIT drafting? Like,
I think we'll hold on to secondary questions. Maybe you can ask us questions outside of this, yeah? So, well, first off, the topic of investment disputes in India is a touchy subject, right? So, if I can answer your questions, if that's okay, in terms of how do you negotiate BITs, to be very honest, I don't think we know. If you even look at the investment treaties that we've entered into after a model BIT, we haven't used a model BIT. So some of those provisions are more restrictive. In addition to the exhaustion of local remedies as well as the 5-year delay, other provisions include FET as per your minimum standard treatment in international law, which is a very restrictive stake. Restricting the definition of investment to the Salini test, also very restrictive. I can go on and on. I don't have the time. But I think the first thing we need to do in terms of engaging with investment treaties is, one, look at how are we benefiting from BITs. So if you actually look at the scholarship on this, the safest word to use is it's inconclusive. My opinion, I don't think there's any impact to BITs. In terms of how a domestic economy benefits from it, I don't think there's a clear benefit in terms of FDI coming in. I would say that there are multiple factors in place. So there was this very interesting policy paper that my colleague was working on in engaging with investors is, do they look at BITs when they're entering into a country? And the answer is very rarely yes. It's more of an afterthought. When there's an issue, then they look at the BIT to raise a dispute. But I think maybe I could be wrong on this. Maybe there's more substantial economic analysis that can come and that can prove me wrong. I'm hoping that's the case. So what we see now is a movement away from separate BITs to investment chapters and trade agreements. So that's becoming more popular. I don't think investment arbitration will go away or investment state dispute settlement. It's more likely going to be part of the larger picture of trade agreements. So the EU is sort of doing that. I can't disclose much about this, but it's very possible we might agree to another investment agreement with a large country. Because right now we don't. We're still suffering from the sunset clauses from our previous BITs, which is why Vodafone was raised. In terms of domestic courts, though, my question to you, and because you brought up Vodafone, the Indian courts actually sided with the investor in that case. They ruled against the Indian government, right? The Indian government then created a retrospective amendment, and then the courts had their hands tied. So I don't think it's fair to say that the Indian courts are necessarily the reason why we don't realize the full benefit of a BIT. I realize I'm taking too long on this. But again, I have a lot to say on this. I'd love to discuss this with you. But I think there's an interesting phrase that was raised. I forgot who raised it. But cleaning up your house, I think that's very important. The BIT itself is not necessarily the reason why people or why countries make changes to domestic law. It's the other way around. The domestic law changes have to come in first, and then you realize that it becomes much more difficult to raise an FET violation, right? So I think that's something you can consider. Again, happy to discuss this. Do you have any questions for me? Okay, thank you. Who's the next? Samriddhi? Samriddhi? Yes, go ahead. Do you have a PPT? Okay.
Okay, good evening everyone. I'm Samriddhi Gupta, a third-year law student from OP Jindal Global University. Today I wish to present my paper titled Establishing India as a Global Forum for International Commercial Arbitration. This paper sheds light on the development of India as a global center for international commercial arbitration. It delves into two landmark decisions of the Supreme Court and explores their impact on the arbitrability of cross-border commercial disputes in India. The paper concludes by defining the extent to which arbitration laws of India are internationally and commercially viable. Yeah. So the structure of my paper is as follows. First, I'm going to discuss the Indian judiciary's approach in determining the validity of foreign-seated arbitral awards involving Indian parties via two decisions, namely the Bharatiya International Judgment of 2002 and the Bharat Aluminium Company decision of 2012. Then I shall discuss the amendments made to the Arbitration and Conciliation Act of 1996. I shall conclude my presentation by discussing the impact of these judicial and legislative efforts in furthering the idea of India as an arbitration-friendly jurisdiction. Okay, so the graphs that you see on the screen illustrate India's rankings in the Ease of Doing Business Index released by the World Bank every year. The Ease of Doing Business Index essentially ranks countries as destinations for businesses. They take into account various factors like the enforceability of contracts and the ease of starting a business. India ranked 134 in the Ease of Doing Business rankings released by the World Bank in 2014. Since then, the present government brought a slew of reforms, especially in the realm of business, trade and commerce, to make business in India easier. The primary motivation behind many of these new legislations has been to improve the abysmal standing of India in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business rankings. Arbitration was one such mechanism that was meant to take the pressure off the conventional court system while giving parties speedy resolution and the option to choose their arbitrators. Arbitration in India is governed by the Arbitration and Conciliation Act of 1996, while Part 1 of the Act regulates arbitration within the Indian territory. Part 2 enforces foreign-seated arbitral awards. Okay, now let's focus on the evolution of the Indian judiciary's approach in relation to the supervisory role that it has assumed in international arbitration. We're going to discuss two landmark judgments that highlight the Indian judiciary's shift from an interventionist institution to one with minimum judicial intervention. The first case that we're going to discuss is Bharatiya International versus Bulk Tradings, which is a 2002 judgment. Now, the parties to this contract had resorted to arbitration in accordance with the ICC rules, and the venue of this arbitration was Paris. The foreign party applied to the Indian courts for interim measures under Section 9 of Part 1 of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996, which the Supreme Court allowed. Now, the court in this case held that Part 1 applied to all foreign-seated arbitrations unless the parties have expressly or impliedly excluded its provisions. Difficulties arose as parties relied on this judgment for the enforcement of other provisions of Part 1 of the Act. In subsequent cases, the courts reserved the right to disregard domestic and foreign-seated arbitrations on ground of public policy, a term that gave them huge scope to review the merit of arbitral awards. It also undermined the authority of foreign-seated arbitrations. Now, the Bhatia judgment was referred to a 5-judge constitutional bench for reconsideration in the Bharat aluminium case. It substantially overturned the Bhatia ruling. The court adopted a seat-centric approach and held that Part 1 of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act has no application in foreign-seated arbitrations. This decision appears promising and sought to put an end to the intervention of Indian courts in international commercial arbitration seated outside India. It also aligned the Indian jurisprudence with the UNCITRAL model law and the practice followed by most arbitration-friendly institutions. However, the court's clear-cut analysis on the non-application of Part 1 of the arbitration seated outside India has left Indian courts with no option to grant interim relief in foreign-seated arbitrations. Now, the Bhatia aluminium judgment represents a paradigm shift by conveying that apex court's willingness to conform with the relevant international conventions and standards. This resulted in the need for Indian legislations to be guided by similar international standards. Part 2 of my paper outlines the reforms introduced by the Indian legislature in the form of amendments made to the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996. First, the amendments that were introduced in the Arbitration and Conciliation Amendment Act 2015. Now, these amendments were enforced to encourage foreign investment in India. They address delays in the conduct of arbitral awards by providing that all India-seated tribunals must render their awards within 12 months from the date of appointment. Such date may be extended by 6 months subject to the agreement by both parties. Fast-track arbitrations had also been introduced under Section 29B of the amended Act. Additionally, the scope of public policy was narrowed down such that now the exception could only be availed if the award rendered contravened the fundamental policy of Indian law and basic notions of morality and justice. Now, the amendments brought India's arbitration law in consonance with the global practice, including those practiced in Singapore and UK, which are two of the most popular foreign seats for international commercial disputes involving Indian parties. However, the 2015 Amendment Act became obsolete due to contradictory and ambiguous decisions by the courts. It also failed to institutionalize the arbitration system, which paved way for the 2019 Amendment Act. Now, there were 3 main reforms by the Arbitration and Conciliation Act, Amendment Act of 2019. First was the introduction of Part 1A to the Act. Part 1A of the Act created the Arbitration Council of India, which a body responsible for the regulation of arbitration regime in India. It empowered the central government to appoint its members, giving the executive ample discretion to determine the controller of the body. Next was Section 42A, which mandated the disclosure of certain arbitral awards where such disclosure was deemed necessary for the implementation and enforcement of such award. While this is modeled on the ICC rules of arbitration, which came into effect in January 2019, the Indian legislature has left ambiguity in defining which awards need to be disclosed. Similarly, according to Section 43J of the amended Act, the newly added 8th schedule specified the qualifications required for the accreditation of arbitrators. Such a practice outrightly eliminated foreign registered law professionals from being arbitrators based on their nationality. The 8th schedule was subjected to wide criticism for restricting party autonomy. They were not only unjustly prohibitive to the appointment of arbitrators, but also digressed from worldwide norms. The 2021 Amendment Act addressed this concern by repealing Section 43J. Now the section states that the qualifications shall be specified by the Arbitration Council of India. Amending the 8th schedule could potentially attract attention to India as a global center for international commercial arbitration, as foreign parties and investors would now not be deprived of the rights to choose an arbitrator of their choice. The amendment also portrays India as an outward-looking arbitration regime. Now, over the past decade, arbitration has become the default setting for international commercial disputes, especially in India. India's story shows that a key step in the nation's economic progress is making it an arbitration-friendly jurisdiction supported by institutions, a sophisticated legal system, and a non-intervening judiciary. This present push to promote arbitration is in stark contrast to the heavy-handed approach of the Indian bench less than a decade ago. The subcontinent has adopted a pro-arbitration policy and laid the foundation of an institutional arbitration system, thereby attracting more foreign investment. Now, as you can see, India's ranking in the ease of doing business has impeccably improved. Although there are other factors involved, the development of a speedy and efficient arbitration system has definitely helped India achieve this stride. Though still at its nascent stage, arbitration in India promises speedy resolution of international commercial dispute than the overcrowded court systems by streamlining the process and make it more efficient and sophisticated with time. Thank you for your patient hearing. Now I welcome your thoughts and any questions.
Thank you, Samriddhi. Does anyone have any questions?
I just have one very simple question. As borrowing from Balco, I think even the recent case of Amazon and the Future Group, wherein emergency arbitration was challenged on grounds of it violating public policy. My question is very simple, that while we have made a lot of more movements, but until and unless there is the power on the court, the domestic courts, to set aside awards on public policy, which in itself is very vague and ambiguous, there will always be challenges to be a investor hub as such. So just like your thoughts on that, as to could we do away with the whole concept of public policy in the Arbitration Act, or setting aside of those awards on those grounds?
Okay, so prior to the Amendment Act of 2015, which essentially narrowed down the scope of public policy, Indian courts did make a lot of arbitrary decisions, and especially concerning the enforcement when it came to the enforcement of foreign-seated arbitral awards. But now the term has been narrowed down, and as I discussed in my paper also, that it's been brought to two things. Number one was if it is violating the fundamental policy of Indian law, and number two was if it violates the basic norms of morality and justice. And I'm sorry, I do not recall the name of the judgment, but recently the court also held that any foreign-seated arbitral award can be set aside only on grounds of if it's being challenged on grounds of public policy. It should be in consonance with the international standards of morality and justice. So I think the Indian courts are also working towards narrowing the scope of misuse of this ground in general.
Just a comment about Bhatia case and the Balco case. Balco did come into the picture and ease out the way we read the Balco case about the interference of court. But even after that case, we've seen that Bhatia had a very severe effect for those cases which were put into court between 2002 to 2012. And if you see IMAX versus E Entertainment Corporation, I think over there they made a backdoor entry. Although Balco was there, they had to clarify that it was not applicable to that, because this particular case had come between the period of 2002 to 2012, and yet somehow figure out how to stop the intervention of the court. So it took a lot of time between 2002 to 2012 that those cases, even after appeal staying in court, did not take the effect of Balco.
Yeah, so one of the major criticisms of the Balco judgment was that it did not have retrospective effect. So any contract having an arbitration clause with reference to basically a foreign-seated foreign-seated arbitral award during this period would have effects even after the Balco judgment if it was signed between, even if it was signed between 2002 to 2012.
Anyone else? Or okay, so I do see that the Indian government, or rather the Indian legal fraternity, has been pushing towards India becoming more arbitration friendly, right? Especially becoming a hub for international commercial arbitration. Arbitration in Singapore, although highly institutionalized, highly reliable under SIAC, is very expensive. And in the Asia Pacific region, there's really no other country that can become hub for arbitration other than India. And in terms of highlighting sort of the domestic developments on this front, they're very important. Another point that you can keep in mind is also the new BCI rules on foreign lawyers' entry. And if you read the AK Balaji, or if you read even it's such a strange set of rules because it has an entire story before the rules actually comes in. So if you read it, it actually summarizes the jurisprudence. And in it, they talk about, one of the main points they highlight is we need to do this to make India a hub for international commercial arbitration. So there's really that push for it. There are issues with the BCI rules, not going to go into it. But so I would suggest, I think in your paper as well as the next paper as well, which deals with a similar topic, in terms of incorporating these contemporary developments. In terms of your paper as well, I find it very interesting in terms of how domestic amendments with respect to arbitration are very frequently happening as judgments come in. So it's like they're keeping up with the judgments itself. But I think the courts here have to be sort of mindful in terms of the intention of the legislator, because it's very clear, right? They're making changes as they're making decisions, and it's towards a specific intention. I see also a common theme that everyone is raising in terms of public policy being very important. It's a difficult topic to maneuver around. It's hard for me to really define it. Yes, go ahead, Satish.
If I could add on to it. So the essay allowed, so the Supreme Court laid down what public policy is, and it laid down 4 grounds. So it said that fundamental policy of Indian law, the interest of India, and justice or morality is just one part, and after that, after 3-4 cases, they added patent illegality, which is a new term that they introduced. So such things are developing over time, and I think it is for every country's own, like they can change the public policy aspect as they feel.
Absolutely. So I think really what we see is a tug war, right? Because they see that they're trying to protect their sovereignty, but they're also trying to make us a seat for commercial arbitration. We'll see. Okay, we move on to next. Do you have a response for me? Anyone? No? Okay. Sudhana? Oh, Sudhana. I'm so sorry. Sudhana, yeah.
Good afternoon, guys. And my name is Sudhanva. I'm a 4th-year law student. And being the last speaker, I will attempt to be as minimal in taking time as possible. However, let's begin with no wastage. Okay. So as we left off, India has this dream of becoming a hub of arbitration, but let us first look at the preamble of the Arbitration and Conciliation Act. It talks about the implementation of the model laws borrowed by UNCITRAL. So essentially, it is more or less beginning by saying that we are looking here to enforce our international commitments. Later on, it has come down to developing its own domestic arbitral positioning. Now, I feel as much as problematic or development India has faced in the International Enforcement Forum, let us look at the domestic part of it and how India has developed in that manner. In fact, India's process of arbitration is commercial arbitration should mandatorily be going for disputes before dispute settlements before actually coming to courts. And that became a means for practitioners in one way of finding an amicable route, if not favored in their manner, to go back to the court's routes and delay the process. So when the 2015 amendments came into picture, you see that the court talks about the interim measures, the neutrality of arbitrators, the timeline adjustments, the way in which the courts were supposed to deal. But honestly, none of them have been stuck in the latest developments post 2015 onwards. Now, this shows something about the commitment that the practitioners themselves have towards this forum. They definitely endorse this as much as possible, but if it does not favor them, move back to the previous systems. Now, let me draw you to an analogy of how in sports, BCCI, it follows the model laws of ICC. However, when it comes to developing its own rules, it recently did develop an impact rule, and it came up with something like IPL to show that, see, we have a unique selling point and there is endorsement by everyone. So everyone is collectively moving forward to develop certain rules and a policy which they can alternatively follow than the model laws. And that is what I'm hinting at, is what Indian Arbitral Forum requires. So we coming to this point, we see the point where we've discussed about India's participation in BITs and other arbitral forums, international forums. Now, we have not majorly agreed upon any ISDS clauses, neither are we signatories to ICSID or many other major rules. When it comes to it, it is because of the fear of how these forums are going to play out, and will it affect India's position. Now, in that context, we need to understand if that is what they're fearing, they need to develop a certain stronghold back-end system within the country which has a methodology of dealing with these forums. If not, all the BIT clauses will have is a 5-year waiting period and exhaustion of domestic courts, which essentially is a delay in times for many of the investors as well. But coming back to the Indian forum, we see that there are numerous establishments of arbitral centers, be it the MCI, Delhi International Arbitration Center, Bangalore, but each of them have a commonality in the way their laws reflect, their rules reflect. And in principle, in theory, they have borrowed essentially from the model laws. They have mixed and matched in most sense from ICC rules, from the UNCITRAL rules, and they've even opened themselves to expert, field-appointed arbitrators. But what the fear is that when it comes down to the actual appointments of arbitrators, what the only true person that parties and arbitrators go to are the former judges of the courts of India. And that essentially again limits in certain manner the way in which these matters are going to be decided and the functionality of these centers. Now, if we go back to institutions such as ICSID and PCA, they have their separate dossier of the kind of arbitrators that they want to appoint. They keep refreshing as to who is contributing how much in these forums, and field experts to know the subject and then contribute in making an award. Whereas in India, it's just the mere contribution. So what essentially is the unique selling point? I fear just that having common rules is what is allowing them to proceed further and not any movement. Now let us understand this in the scope of ESG related rules that are made in international institutions, because this is the new, I see that this is interlinked with green financing and green projects coming up in the future and the commercial arbitrations that are going to occur. If we analyze closely, the ICC task force and the PCA have taken up crucial roles in defining what are climate change related disputes and understanding what is necessary. Now, it is important to note that it's you are essentially taking a communal right and it is being dealt with two parties, particular parties taking away or doing something with third-party rights when it relates to climate change. Each person is a stakeholder in that front. But to cater to that, they've brought into effect things such as amicus curiae briefs, allowing people to come in and make such representations in written formats, and so on. The PCA rules have given an optional environmental rules which go on to give us briefs of how essentially this should not remain any confidential, or how the parties are arbitrating these matters have to commit to these particular proceedings. Now, if we look at the way the interim measures that they're taking place, they require emergency arbitral tribunals, great. We'll keep ceilings on the type of amount that you want to arbitrate upon. You want issues such as, you want to give them arbitral plans that you wish to conclude with. There are certain timeline procedures that are within the rules, which are not clearly reflective in our Indian arbitral forums. So these are essentially what reflects that Indian rules are playing catch up with these institutions and lacking far beyond in terms of the kind of models that are trying to move to ahead. And the dream of becoming a hub can remain, be restricted due to this movement. If let us foresee if these multiple forums could co-join to form a similar venue. You can give the same institution having different venues across India to give parties much more locational benefit. So this is something that I'm looking as an inhibition to the growth of Indian arbitration centers as becoming a hub, and things that we need to go through. So that's it from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudhamma. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, so I think it's the last presentation, so everyone's just tired. It's an interesting topic. You're talking about having a unique selling point for arbitration centers to attract more commercial arbitration. Now, my first question is it necessarily the case that the arbitration rules are the reason for attracting commercial arbitration to a particular seat? The second question, and the reason why I want to go into it, is in terms of playing catch-up. I think I'm glad that we're sort of keeping up with some of these foreign sort of arbitral rules. Because if you really look at it, for instance, I think in your paper you brought up the example of ICSID and how it includes amicus curiae. ICSID didn't include amicus curiae in the beginning. So the evolution of that was because of a decision. So the first ever investment decision to bring in amicus curiae is a decision called Vivendi Universal. And it's through these conflict and tensions where you see changes in arbitral rules, as opposed to arbitral rules sort of attracting these sort of situations with respect to third-party submissions or amicus curiae. With respect to WTO, it's very limited, unfortunately. So it's only if both parties are okay with it where they actually accept amicus curiae. I think what we really need to be focusing on is in terms of the type of disputes that we already have, which are primarily seen in the country. You brought the example of the BCCI in terms of course, the IPL. So specifics as post-arbitration rules would be interesting. So, I realized this was a topic that was raised earlier, and I think I had raised that point in terms of, does a BIT, for instance, bring in investment, or is it no relation. So the previous Vice Chancellor for IFT, Manoj Pandey, said something very interesting, is that we should only sign trade agreements with countries we are already trading with, as opposed to signing trade agreements with a country we hope to trade with. It's very unlikely that industries would sort of see trade agreements as a reason to trade with that country. So in that same logic, I'm trying to look at these unique arbitration rules. I think what really would make India as a hub for commercial arbitration, because it's a topic that was talked about already, is that there are already existing MNCs or large corporations, foreign corporations in India, which have their head office, a principal office in another country. And they've come to India not because of the set of arbitration rules, maybe that's a factor, but the primary one would probably be because of the domestic market, because we have a large population, the economic benefit that they can get from here, and then when an issue arises, when they approach arbitration, then they look at which set of arbitration rules to look at. And of course, the economic value of going to Singapore to get the arbitration done, right? So please, if you want to respond to that.
So, addressing the second question, in fact, I wanted to address it in my paper as well, that starting from borrowing from model laws is the right way to go ahead. But let's take the 96 Act as the time frame itself. It's been close to 2 decades that we have had this law and institutions coming up. I don't think, that's sufficient period enough for you to understand and regulate according to opportunities. Yes, even if you see the PCA rules, they've been made on the opportunity that they've seen of environmental disputes arising. So India also needs to foresee is what I'm getting at that particular. And the second part of, is a rules going to get us to a place where we're going to attract people? I think initially when the 96 Act came into the place, there was a lot of arbitration coming in our way. But the way in which our enforcement of domestic awards itself was challenged and the procedural issues, that could be tackled within the rules is what I'm also trying to picture.
I think the reason why I'm skeptical, I'm not necessarily questioning your paper. This is just my opinion, right? My opinion means nothing. It's
I know, of
just
course.
So the reason why I'm questioning sort of how arbitration is attractive because of a set of rules is look at it this way. So I'm coming back to third-party submissions because it's always an important topic, right? Not just with environmental cases, with investor-state dispute settlement, or any matter dealing with public importance, right? Because even Vivendi, which is a case I brought up earlier, dealt with access to water. Privatization of water became very expensive and difficult for for people to get clean drinking water. It was a private player that was sort of funding the entire mechanism. So the reason I'm coming to this is if you bring in an idea of third-party submissions and an arbitral rules, if I'm a state party, why would I be okay with that? Even if the rules exist, the entire point of a set of rules and why I'll agree to it is if it's beneficial to me, right? So that I always come back to that. It's not in my self-interest to be okay with third-party submissions in that case, or if I'm an oil company. And because these are sort of the parties that sort of opt for arbitration rules. I think the existence of it is very important. Don't get me wrong on that front. And I think with respect to your core environmental legislations in India, having environmental arbitration is very important, in which case these rules can come in. I'm not saying they're completely useless. I'm just saying that really what is the link in terms of attracting arbitration? Because we look at it in terms of just as a practical individual or as a practical company, and I'm looking at for only my interest. I'm not looking in terms of, oh, these rules apply to the environment, I should apply these set of rules. It's, do I want additional parties who will be arguing against me?
No, you're absolutely right in considering this, because contracts exist between two parties. If the dispute is going to hinder even one party's interest, why would they accept a third party? But if we look at how WTO functions with the I'm making a reference far wide, but it allows for written submissions of third parties because there are some concerns of theirs, indirect concerns. Now, that not necessarily will have complete sway of how it's going to affect, but it does in some way address or take note of the concerns of the third parties. So instead of leaving them at bay, it allows them to at least have access to the arbitration, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you're right that third-party submissions can have sway, but if you look at the WTO cases that have accepted amicus curiae submissions, you'll see that they've only been accepted if the parties are okay with it, if both parties are okay with it, or if at least one of the parties is okay with it. So it's highly unlikely you'll have a completely unbiased third-party submission. Because if you look at EC asbestos or shrimp turtle, so for instance with EC asbestos, the European community really wanted some sort of scientific individual to say that asbestos causes cancer, and with shrimp turtle they really wanted, I think there were some Indian NGOs as well that argued against India that stated that, yeah, shrimp fishing is bad for turtles, you need a TED. So there's a very interesting article on amicus curiae by Gary Bond where he really analyzes this with respect to investment arbitration and trade disputes. I know your paper is not about amicus curiae, but it's because it's such an important element with respect to arbitration, right? And I think I'll conclude your presentation. Do you have any follow-up on that? So, okay, I'll give my comments on this entire panel. I find this panel very interesting. And I also find myself in a difficult position where I'm not necessarily an expert in this field, right? Much like Aman. But I understand, as I think I was telling Abhijit as well, with the conference it becomes difficult to really get the right individual for the panel because you have papers, usually they tend to favor a particular side. And what I saw with Aman's panel as well as this panel is that there seems to be primarily a focus on the rights of private individuals, right? I'm not talking about just an individual, but a commercial entity as well. So arbitration seems to be sort of becoming more and more important with time, and the domestic legal framework as well as the international legal framework will need to adapt to that. So it's no longer the case that international law is dominated by state actors. We're slowly seeing that dissolve. I've been in my personal experience on this is what I often find troubling with stakeholder meetings, stakeholder consultations when sort of negotiating or when drafting a trade agreement is that we only approach government departments. But now the conversation is more, we should get in private industries because who's really using a trade agreement? Who's using an investment treaty? Who's using commercial arbitration? Industries, individuals, companies. So it's becoming more and more important, and of course this question is something we often see in our PIL class. But I think in terms of some of the changes that need to be made or how to be more pragmatic with this sort of growing importance of arbitration, only time will tell, right? Maybe it can be, as Satish had pointed out, in terms of becoming more attuned to digital currencies or the working of blockchain, which I also barely understand. Or it could be in terms of making India a more important seat for commercial arbitration by creating greater flexibilities, which again comes back to Kshitij's point. We're creating individual autonomy. Let them do what they want. Let's reduce the possibility of public policy interference. Or in the case of Muskan's point, in terms of BITs, how will India become more investment friendly? We don't know. Is that important? I don't know. So we'll need to finally come to terms with the fact of what's more important, our sovereignty for public policy or commercial interest. Well, if it's up to me, it's commercial interest because I get more work. But yes, I'd like to conclude this session. Can I conclude the session? I'd really like to thank the presenters. It was really wonderful to read those papers. They brought very interesting perspectives, which I don't normally engage with, and I'm always open to learning. Thank you all to the audience for staying through, the JFIL team. I also understand you're still staying through. I'm really happy you're here. It's a Khushi, right? Yes. And of course, for timekeeping. And I can't forget Abhijit for organizing all of this and making this all happen. Thank you all.
I'm only taking the mic because I've become used to. There is nothing left for me to say except once again, thank you all. This was our last panel, so Tomorrow we have nothing left except the closing ceremony. Just for a clarification, we do have one event scheduled with Justice Lalit, who will speak on Monday, but we will be live streaming that, and because the closing ceremony of the conference is tomorrow, like officially the conference stands closed at the ceremony itself. Like you can attend the lecture if you want to, and you can join online, but it's not mandatory as such for you to arrive as it was for today. But that's it. Thank you so much, and see you.